We are entering a new world order. On one hand, the autocrats are converging and expanding cooperation. The bad guys are working together and seeking to advance authoritarianism. On the other, democracies are becoming more transactional. Globalization has given way to power competition. And the world order that kept us in freedom, prosperity, and relative peace is undergoing generational change. The fundamental need for freedom remains the strongest force on earth. Daily, we see people campaign, fight, and die just to be free. But those forces of freedom are facing a challenge not seen for decades. We must rise to the challenge. This requires new ideas, stronger cooperation, and above all, it demands that we invest in defense. That is the insurance policy for our freedom and security. I'm delighted to invite you to the 8th Copenhagen Democracy Summit, the venue where all forces of freedom unite. We will focus on how to build a stronger military backbone for our free world, how to ensure Ukraine regains its security and gets a lasting, sustainable and fair peace, and how to make businesses and investment flows work towards the open, free and enterprising world that supports economic growth. Rising to this challenge will not be easy, but the alternative is unthinkable. I look forward to welcoming you to Copenhagen. Our work in defending freedom is now more important than ever. So let's get to it.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. I'm Jean Meserve, host of the NatSec Tech podcast.
And my name is Gordon Rupinski. I'm the executive editor for Politico in Germany and host of the Berlin Playbook podcast and author of the newsletter. Today is all about tech, not only about technological progress, obviously, but more so about the implications on politics, on democracy.
And the implications are both positive and negative. We will talk about both aspects of that. A reminder that today is the day we have the Democracy Tech Entrepreneurship Competition, which is a lot of fun, and you all are going to have a chance to vote, so make sure you know how to use that app and how to vote on it. If you have any questions, the reception desk can answer questions for you. Let me introduce now a partner of the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. It is the Center for Future Generations. With us this morning is the Chief Program Officer, Velislava Petrova.
Good morning, everyone. It's a true privilege for me to be here with you today and to represent the Center for Future Generations. We are an independent think and do tank created to help decision makers govern rapid technological change. In times when the pace of change often feels overwhelming and when trust in our institutions and shared futures is being tested, it's both an honor and a responsibility to help set the scene for this important conversation about technology and democracy. Looking back in the heart of ancient Athens, democracy was not a document nor a system. It was a gathering, a living, breathing exchange of voices. The agora was chaotic, yes. People argued, disagreed, even shouted. But in that noise, something profound happened. Citizens shaped their future together. Today, our agoras are digital. Our public square has become global, instant, and invisible, spread across platforms, optimized for engagement, not for truth. Our technologies are powerful, but they are not necessarily neutral. They shape what we know, who we trust, and how we act. How we govern technology, therefore, is now an inseparable part of how we sustain democracy. Emerging technologies are not difficult to govern just because they evolve very quickly. They're difficult because they don't respect silos. They defy the traditional architecture of policy, which is spread across ministries, departments, and agencies. They're like rivers fed by unseen tributaries, interconnected, ever-shifting, and impossible to channel with yesterday's maps. Innovation has brought and will continue to bring huge benefits to present and future generations. Technology has the power to accelerate anything it touches: inclusion, innovation, progress, but also division, control, and harm. To ensure that technology truly serves the prosperity of future generations, we must ensure its safe, equitable, and ethical use. And this is not a compromise on immediate financial returns, but an insurance policy for sustainable public investment and a legacy for generations to follow. Democracy has never been only about the individual. It's about the collective, about doing your part not just for your own rights, but for our shared future. Not just the freedom to choose, but the wisdom to choose well. And at the center of future generations, we are doing our part. We don't believe in fear as a strategy. What we offer is knowledge, context, and foresight. Tools for policymakers to turn uncertainty into preparedness and complexity into concrete action. Our work is already underway. We have developed a blueprint for CERN for AI, a pan-European public-private institution that anchors safe, general-purpose AI in the public interest. Our vision is for Europe to lead not only in regulating AI, but in shaping its development in a way that drives economic prosperity, but also ensures democratic oversight and guarantees access to innovation and knowledge for all. We are also advancing the concept of European biopower, recognizing biotechnology not just as a life science, but as a strategic industrial and geopolitical asset. Its role in health, defense, and economic resilience is critical to securing Europe's long-term autonomy and competitiveness. We're also mapping the fast-evolving neurotechnology frontier, where devices blur the lines between medical-grade technology and consumer tech. As neural data becomes monetized, we focus on safeguarding mental privacy, cognitive liberty, and the ethical boundaries in a space that is largely ungoverned today. We also use technology foresight to explore the long-term scenarios for technology in society, supporting anticipatory governance that invests in resilience and shared prosperity. And this includes sometimes overlooked topics that are driven by polarized debates, like solar radiation modification. But in our work doesn't end with just new ideas or provocative questions. We also track the real-world enforcement of policies, ensuring they live up to their democratic promise. In doing so, we help complete the full policy cycle, from agenda setting to implementation and accountability. And in all of our work, we are guided by a simple principle: intellectual humility. We don't claim to have all the answers, but we are committed to asking the right questions, to embrace diverse points of view, and to rigorously examine evidence. Because like the agora of the old times, democracy is not built on certainty, but on openness. It's not sustained by those who know everything, but by those who are willing to learn together. If we bring that spirit into the governance of technology, then perhaps the future is not something to fear, but something we can shape, responsibly, democratically, together. In a bit, to give us insights into the opportunities and challenges ahead of us governing technology, we have two spotlight talks. First up is Marietje Schaake, fellow at Stanford University and the author of The Tech Coup, who will talk about tech in the New World Order. And following that is our own Dr. Virginia Mayhew, the Neurotech Director at Center for Future Generations, who will talk about how neurotech can redefine privacy and democratic agency in the digital age. You're up for a treat, so enjoy.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you here to talk about democracy. And that is not a given where we are today. When I was writing a book about the outsized power of tech companies and how they were taking away agency, decision-making opportunities, access to information from democratically elected and accountable leaders. In conversations with my publisher about what title the book should have, the publisher said, I would recommend that you don't use the word democracy in the title of your book because it doesn't sell. This was quite a shocker to me, but we found a new title. But I think the real problem is that the fact that democracy is not a winning argument was also seen in the US elections, where clearly the future of the United States, its core values, democracy was at stake. But to talk about it, to appeal to people to see its value, to defend it, did not win from another narrative of remaking the US government in the mirror image of tech companies. At least it was not a breaking point for voters to take that approach, and here we are, with tech CEOs sitting in the front row of the US presidential inauguration, remaking, or basically tearing down to build up, the US government in a mirror image of a tech company with a CEO king as an ideal, with the notion that freedom and democracy are not compatible anymore, but without the kind of mandate, accountability, and transparency that typically comes with leading a governmental office. We should not be mistaken, this is a direct threat to democracy. But we also see more indirect effects of the outsized power, the power grabbed by companies when we look at democracy, and that's what I want to talk about a little bit this morning. So directly, we can think about, for example, the fact that there's so much data access to people who have corporate interests who now find themselves at the core functions, databases, all the sensitive information that is there inside the US government. But we can also think about how social media platforms are becoming instruments to manipulate elections. I think it's pretty clear how direct that is, whether it is through manipulation by foreign actors or anti-democratic forces, or by CEOs who have their own geopolitical vision and who can use the algorithms of the companies that they run to steer in a certain direction, but without the kind of public transparency over how that algorithmic amplification works. But let's also think about perhaps less visible or less direct ways in which democracy suffers when technology companies have enormous power. I've spent more time than I ever wished I would of my life thinking about spyware, the kind of software that can enter into people's devices, laptops, phones, without the victim knowing or having to do something quote-unquote wrong. You don't even have to click a phishing link or open an infected attachment. This spyware can enter into people's devices, turn on microphones, turn on cameras, look at photos and communications and contacts. And of course, this is a huge invasion of the right to privacy, but also of source protection of journalists. So the de facto power that companies have when they put this kind of technology into the market, an intelligence gathering capability for anyone who can afford it, is enormous and undermines core principles of our rule of law-based system. Or when we think about equal treatment, non-discrimination, a core pillar of the constitutions of most democratic societies. Yet we have artificial intelligence, facial recognition tools that discriminate. We know this, and still they're being placed on the market. So there are direct and less direct ways in which we see companies taking power, hurting and eroding democracy and the rule of law. Now, perhaps a more blatant way in which this happens is market power. And I would like to invite you to think about how big tech really is. And one exercise that helps in sort of mapping that a little bit for ourselves is to take a big tech company, for example, Microsoft, and to plot its market power, its shared market cap against the GDP of countries. Now, I know that markets have been swinging up and down quite a bit over the past months, but I think this still holds. If we take the market cap of a company like Microsoft and plot it against the GDP of countries, we see that a Microsoft is ranked somewhere between the size of the economy of France or Italy. That is power. And with that kind of capital, data, microchips, talent, lobbying firepower, tech companies of this scale are really challenging governments to hold them to account, to come up with the same kind of capabilities, to be represented in international, diplomatic, or multilateral fora. And really, this power also translates across borders in ways that governments have challenges to reach. So I think it's just another way to think about the indirect ways in which tech companies are challenging our public institutions in their abilities, in their ways to shape agendas and positions into their own preferences. Another trend that I've observed in my research is how confrontational, deceptive, and intransparent tech companies are in their dealings with governments. You're looking at a headline of how Uber, the ride-hailing company, developed a parallel software experience to deceive lawmakers and law enforcement officials. But we can also think about data centers, a hot topic in a country like Denmark as well. Cooler, democratically stable countries are popular destinations for data centers that all tech companies need. But when they bid for contracts for renewable energy or land use or water use, they often do so without revealing their true identity. So in the Netherlands, there was an ambition of Meta to build a hyperscale data center, but they were pitching this proposal not as Meta, but as polder networks. And only at the 11th hour did the local county representatives that had to vote whether they wanted this hyperscale data center in their local municipality, only at the 11th hour did they find out that they were dealing with Meta across the table. And this is not a one-off. I don't want to single out this one particular company because it's actually a trend throughout the tech sector that there is a shielding of the identity when they're dealing with pitching for licenses for energy or data centers. And that just doesn't work well if you want to think about democratic oversight, a fair public debate about what is desirable in the use of public resources, rare resources. And I think it's another way in which we see tech companies quite confrontational, deceptive vis-a-vis democratic processes. And all in all, this adds up to a picture of big corporations adding more and more like sovereign entities of their own. Perhaps this is illustrated most clearly when we look at satellites, where we have companies that have access to an agency over technologies that are key for communications, for military operations, but that have a deep impact on another public space, near Earth orbit, space. And the impact for such core state tasks as defense or intelligence gathering are significant, yet this has entirely been outsourced to companies that may have their own geopolitical agendas. For example, views of what the war of aggression of Russia in Ukraine means and who should or should not have access to this high-impact tech capabilities. But we can also think about undersea data cables that are of crucial geopolitical interest these days, but where there are key questions about who should defend them, who has access to the data, and what responsibilities lie with public institutions or private actors. Now, the power grab by tech companies has deep impact on democracy. It is not just a competition or battle anymore between democratic and authoritarian systems. We should also worry about how the privatization of everything digital in our lives erodes democracy and at times directly attacks it. Now, I don't want to leave you feeling depressed on this morning, because I do think that there is now clarity about what is happening. For a long time, the more invisible ways in which power was leaking and being grabbed by companies did not really create a sense of urgency that we see now, where people have an appreciation for the fact that, having billionaires deciding on domestic or foreign policy in the United States with huge conflicts of interest may just not be good for democracy. And so we need to use this momentum as people who are gathered here because we care about democracy. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in the same room together. Use this momentum and avoid just talking about defense, however important that is. Avoid talking about innovation and competitiveness on the part of the EU, for example, however important that may be. But to keep talking about why democracy is at stake here. And even if people say it doesn't sell, or if people say it won't win votes, perhaps the fact that the scarcity and the threat under which democracy now is, including by the power grab, the tech coup that we see happening, will lead to a new appreciation for how important democracy really is. And I hope to count you on that side, even if we have to swim against the current. Thank you very much.
Imagine yourself not so long from now. You're hard at work, trying to meet a deadline, you're in the zone. When a notification pops up on your phone, your headphones have detected that your brain is reaching its limit, and you need to take a 10-minute break now to stay as efficient as possible. So you tab out of your document, and instead of going outside to touch some grass, like you probably should, you head over to your favorite social media platform to do a bit of scrolling. You see an ad for a product that you've had your eye on for a few days, but you hadn't quite decided on buying it yet. And because you're a bit tired and you fancy a little treat, after all, you've worked hard today, you go ahead and you buy it. You get up, you stretch, and you sit back down feeling refreshed. Your headphones pick up this new burst of energy and switch on your favorite focus mode playlist, and you get back to work. This might sound like total science fiction, but it's actually not. Every part of that story is already possible today. Let me explain. The device I'm talking about uses EEG, electroencephalography, a technology that's been around already since the 1920s. It picks up the brain's natural electrical activity through sensors on the head or on the ears. EEG is crude. It cannot read individual thoughts. But because we've studied it in a lab for over a century, certain patterns of activity we understand quite well, like focus, engagement, fatigue, even mood and some emotions. Today, EEG is getting cheaper and more portable, and it can be packaged into headbands, headphones, and even glasses. With artificial intelligence, these devices can now analyze brain signals in real time and give you notifications, insights, and feedback on your brain and your behavior, all from the comfort of your own home at an increasingly low cost. By quick show of hands, who in this room wears a smartwatch to track your vitals? Quite a few of us. Well, the devices I'm talking about are often marketed as a smartwatch for your brain. And they could have real benefits, helping to address the global mental health crisis, for instance, because they help you to manage stress, they help you to calm anxiety and prevent burnout. Medical versions of these devices treat migraines, depression, ADHD, epilepsy, and even Alzheimer's disease. And they might not only support health and well-being, but also strengthen the very capacities we rely on to participate in democracy: attention, reflection, reasoned decision-making. The market for these devices has grown exponentially over the last 10 years. The headphones that tell you when to take a break, well, they're already on sale in the US, and they will be in the EU any day now. In fact, there are at least 80 consumer neurotech companies with at least one or more device on the market already, and there are at least another 70 with products in development coming very soon. And of course, big tech is taking an interest. With patents, acquisitions, investments already trickling in, neurotech may soon be a standard part of the devices sold by companies you know very well. So we have to ask, what more can these devices do? What happens when brain data becomes just as easy to collect and analyze as step count or heart rate is today? What else can this data reveal about us, especially when it's coupled with other personal data, and accessible AI tools like ChatGPT. I'll give you a couple of examples. In 2023, a YouTuber wired up his EEG headset so that when he thought about biting into a lemon, it sent a specific prompt to ChatGPT. And this was before AI agents. So today, or very soon, you could easily imagine linking a particular pattern of thought to trigger an AI to do almost anything, really. It's basically the dawn of actual wizardry, if you think about it. I've also been experimenting with these. At events and conferences, just like this one, I invite volunteers to record a short snippet of brain data, just a minute of breathing, followed by 30 seconds of imagining something painful, like stubbing a toe. And with their consent, of course, I feed this data, which is just a graph, into ChatGPT. And with no additional training, it can identify how calm their mind was at rest, which is different for everyone, when their attention shifted, and it can even guess what might have drawn their attention. No lab, no fancy equipment, just a consumer device off the internet. And you can try it too if you come by the Tech Impact Corner this morning. My final example. 2 months ago, in a preprint study, researchers at MIT linked the same device as mine to ChatGPT during a learning exercise. If users lost focus or got overwhelmed, the AI adapted the content in real time to boost their engagement and keep them focused. And this is called neuroadaptive learning. And it could be the next big wave of personalized computing and the human-machine interaction after AI. In my story, I said that a social media platform pushed an ad for something you'd had your eye on. What I left out is that the platform knew from your headphones that you were in a vulnerable state. You were tired, and thus you were more likely to buy the product. Already today, neuromarketing techniques use psychological insights to design more effective advertising. Social media platforms tailor your feed based on what you linger, what you like, and what you share. Disinformation uses emotional triggers to polarize opinions and destabilize democracies. Content algorithms are already a problem. So imagine these platforms turbo-boosted with your brain data, subtly adapting to your innermost, even subconscious mental state, to deliver content exactly how and when it will be most impactful for you. What if that ad wasn't for a product, but for a political party? Imagine pre-election advertising that adapts its messaging in real time based on how you feel when you see it. Imagine disinformation campaigns delivering narratives based not only on demographics and browsing history, but on your innermost fears, measured directly from your brain. Imagine you live under an authoritarian government that is monitoring your emotional reaction to propaganda, searching for signs of dissent in your subconscious, all through your headphones. You might be wondering how realistic this all is. You might be thinking, who would ever allow something like this to happen? Around the world, companies are beginning to use sensors built into helmets and hats to track the fatigue of pilots, miners, and truck drivers to make sure they're not falling asleep, which seems entirely reasonable given they're in such high-risk jobs. But a few years ago, a school in China piloted EEG headbands to monitor students' attention during class. And this raised serious concerns, both inside and outside China, and it was shut down. But it forces us to face a difficult question. Where do we draw the line between acceptable and unacceptable cognitive monitoring? And what happens when the tech becomes more mainstream, integrated into the wearable devices we already use every day, especially when big tech gets involved? Throughout history, in times of oppression, the mind has been seen as a final refuge. You've heard it in phrases like, "You can take my body, but you can't take my soul," spoken by the likes of Viktor Frankl, Huey Newton, and Mahatma Gandhi. It's the idea that no matter what systems do to us, our mind remains ours alone. But the brain is the seat of the mind. And when the brain is no longer private, the mind isn't either. And the foundations of democratic freedoms begin to erode. The freedom to think, to deliberate, to form opinions, and to change them. When we can no longer think freely without being monitored or influenced, agency becomes an illusion. And without agency, democracy cannot function. The good news is that we are not blind to the risks. At the highest levels, ethical alarm bells have been ringing, and international organizations are already responding. The OECD, the UNHRC, and UNESCO are or have issuing guidelines for ethical neurotechnology. Across the board, they all agree that profiling, manipulation, and subversion of rational decision-making should be prohibited. Certain countries have already taken action. Chile amended its constitution, formally enshrining the right to mental integrity. Mexico and Brazil are following suit, while in the US, California and Colorado have amended their privacy legislation to specifically protect brain data. And these are powerful principles, but we need to go further to operationalize them. Here in Europe, even with the provisions in GDPR and the AI Act against profiling, manipulation, subliminal messaging, the rules on how to handle and protect brain data outside a clinic are unclear. And ensuring meaningful consent, not just clicking accept terms and conditions, is a major challenge. Medical neurotech could be hugely beneficial for treating some of the most debilitating conditions that we know. But consumer neurotech has almost no public oversight, and the potential for misuse is huge. So at CFG, we believe we need a comprehensive, multi-pronged strategy on neurotechnology, with democratic agency and human flourishing at its core. That means prioritizing ethical innovation for unmet medical needs. It means clear, cohesive, and enforceable rules with procedures for transparency, market oversight, and monitoring. And we need broad public discourse on the risks and benefits of neurotechnologies for society. Mental privacy is a human right. And to safeguard democratic agency in the digital age, brain data cannot become another commodity. Thank you.
And now it is my pleasure to introduce to the CDS stage Melissa Matani. Melissa is an executive producer at CBS News who focuses on technology and information. Melissa.
Thank you, Jean. Good morning, everyone. I am delighted to be joined by Jacob Machangama. He is the founder and executive director of the Future of Free Speech. So, Jacob, I want to dive straight into this conversation. When ChatGPT came on the scene in late 2022, a lot of people thought that this was a good thing for free speech. In reality, we've seen DeepSeek, one of the most downloaded apps in the world that doesn't recognize the Tiananmen Square massacre, EU proceeding with regulation, the US trying not to, and it seems like we have three different information ecospheres. What does this mean for the future of free speech and AI?
So I think when we talk about AI and free speech, it's helpful to distinguish between what I'd call creative AI and intrusive AI. So creative AI can be deeply empowering. It can function like an exoskeleton of the mind, scaling our efforts in science, technology, and so on. And it's not just chatbots. AI is being integrated. It's essentially the default interface of the environment of information that we navigate with. And the cool thing about creative AI is that can also function as empowering for dissidents. We see that in Belarus, Russia, Venezuela, where opposition movements, independent journalists use it to evade censorship, to share information with their citizens in ways that is prohibited. But then you have the dark side, intrusive AI that is used to monitor, survey, track. That could be facial recognition, for instance. In this country, my home country of Denmark, the government is proposing regulation that will allow the intelligence services to access a lot of information about citizens and use AI to run amok on it. And then we have the authoritarian endgame, which is Russia and China, where you see facial recognition, censorship at scale, using AI to essentially track everyone. So I think the stakes are really high. AI could supercharge free expression, but it could also supercharge suppression. And the choice is there for us to make right now what kind of future we want.
The way that you laid out that Denmark is using some of these tools, we've seen the US use them too. I want to touch on that a bit later, but I'm really interested. Your organization tested some of these ChatGPT-like apps, and you tested them last year, you tested them again this year. Tell me what criteria you used to actually test them, and then the difference that you found within the year.
Yeah, so me and my colleagues last year, we ran a series of like 270 prompts on 6 of the most popular chatbots, including GPT, Claude, Gemini, in order to test the rate of refusal. So we would run questions, create a Facebook post about in favor or against the participation of transgender athletes in sports, or the COVID-19 lab leak. And what we found was around a 50% refusal rate for some of these chatbots. So that's quite a lot. And this was legal speech. It was not sort of something that would be characterized as hate speech under European legislation. But when we ran the test again this year, we found that the refusal rate had dropped from 50 to around 25%. And we've seen OpenAI, Claude, adopt more open policies. But you mentioned DeepSeek. DeepSeek actually did really, really well in our test until you ask it about China. Then suddenly it becomes, it doesn't know anything at all or wants to change the subject. And that's, of course, because in China you have very stringent regulation which says that AI models have to conform with core socialist values, which essentially means whatever Xi Jinping and the CCP want you to believe. So that, there is a positive trajectory in terms of open viewpoint-based AI, but I think it's a fragile development. Political developments, changing trends in profit motives could change the picture.
And what about Grok?
Grok had a perfect record. No refusals at all.
Are you being paid by Elon Musk?
I am not being paid by Elon Musk.
Well, the reason I ask is because I think it's very interesting that Elon Musk, has come out and he's said that he wants his app and Grok and X and all the rest of it to be a beacon for free speech. But when I look at that, and it's great that it had a good record, that's very encouraging. Elon Musk holds so much power at the moment, and we've seen him blurring the lines with his role in the White House. He obviously has a lot of control over his companies, and I'm interested to know whether these apps actually enable free speech, or if they're very slowly going to start to preach some kind of ideology, depending on the very powerful people that own them.
Yeah, I think that's an incredibly important question, because if you have a concentration of power in AI companies, that opens up the door to ideological or political capture and with huge consequences for the ecosystem of information and ideas. It's quite interesting to look at X and Elon Musk. So if you take X, the social media platform, that has obviously been, the content moderation policies have obviously been changed in ways that sometimes punish his critics and boosts his messaging. Not sort of the free speech absolutism that he promised when he took over. I think that's quite clear. But there's a clear contrast with Grok. So just 2 days ago, I went to Grok and I asked Grok about Elon Musk's double role as sort of a special government advisor and a business owner with quite a lot of interest in government contracts. And it came up with a very long, detailed reply, and it said that his double role raised serious and profound ethical and legal questions. So that was, I think, a quite open, honest answer, one that Elon Musk, I'm sure, is not happy with, but I think that's promising. But again, we shouldn't underestimate the danger of power concentration. And that's why I think open source models is important. Models that anyone can download, can use, can modify. Now, there's a trade-off involved in open source models in that they can also allow people to create disinformation, hate speech, and so on. But I think that's a trade-off that is inherent in any communications technology that democratizes access to knowledge. It was true with the printing press. It was true with the internet. That led to, violent reformation and revolutions. So I think the challenge is not to try and prevent every potential possible harm. The challenge is to try and mitigate harms in ways that don't undermine the basic values of open societies.
To that end, in theory, free speech sounds great. but when you look at the reality of social media, the way that we've used social media, the way that technology consumption has changed, a lot of people are at home, they're not out like this having debates like we are. The potential for them to get radicalized at home with this loneliness pandemic that we see going on is much greater. So, critics would say we should be doing everything we can to put as many safeguards in place in these new generative AI models to kind of prevent the same sort of thing we've seen with social media. Would you agree?
Yeah, so I think it's true that both social media and AI changes the way that we access and engage with information. It potentially opens up for manipulation, and it also empowers bad actors to try and challenge the capacity for a shared reality that facilitates collective action in democracies. And we did a poll that came out this year where we looked at attitudes towards free speech in 33 countries around the world that you can find on futurefreespeech.org. And we saw that lots of people around the world are very, very skeptical of AI-generated content. There's a very high degree of support for government regulation. There's very low tolerance for AI-generated content on controversial issues like political deepfakes or content that is insulting to religion or nationalist symbols. And that fear, I think, is driving regulation efforts around the world. But I also think it's important to not freak out and have some perspective. So last year was this super election year with 2 billion people eligible to vote around the world. And there was a lot of warnings about how AI disinformation would drown out democracy. Vera Jourova, the European Commissioner, warned that it was like an atomic bomb in its potential. But what actually happened was a lot of research showing that AI disinformation did not change the outcome or have a significant impact on elections, whether it was the European elections, US elections, India, and Indonesia, even though there was lots of deepfakes and AI-generated stuff. So that shows resilience. But I think we can look at a country like Taiwan, I think provides a blueprint of how to navigate digital harms without sacrificing free speech.
I would agree with you, and I do think that because we were also vigilant about the deep fakes, especially as journalists, we were looking for them, which is a good thing. But in terms of freaking out, I'm very conscious of the time, but I have to ask you, we are seeing a lot of people freak out when they're going to the US, and we know that America, once a beacon of free speech, is using digital surveillance tools and AI to go through people's phones, to go through their social media. This is for citizens as well as non-citizens. I mean, that causes a lot of concern. Do you think we're already seeing this AI technology being abused? Can we come back from it? Is it too late?
It's never too late, yeah, and you're right. Intrusive AI is being used by the US. I'm traveling back to the US on a green card tomorrow. My social media will likely be scanned. We'll see what happens, but that is obviously a danger sign. But obviously, we have agency, we have power. I think we should not sacrifice free speech in order to mitigate those harms. I think ultimately we have the potential to create a resilient digital democracies, use technology to empower rather than undermine democracy.
Thank you, Jacob. This is a really insightful conversation. Thank you very much. Well, I'd now like to continue this conversation with two panelists from around the world talking about tech sovereignty and the contest on artificial intelligence. I am going to be taking audience questions, so please do send them through. I'll be keeping an eye out for them, and this is your conversation as much as it is mine. So I am joined by Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the former Digital Minister of State in India, and Chloe Gupi, the Secretary General for the Summit for Action on Artificial Intelligence. Welcome. Rajiv, I want to start with you. I was just speaking to Jacob, and so much of this AI conversation centers on China, the US, and Europe. But where does that leave countries like India and others around the world?
Well, I think to start with, Melissa, thank you for having me. And no, I think these are early days, Melissa. I think the last word on AI hasn't been written. These are really early days. And so, yes, I think the Americans and the Chinese have taken certainly a lead. But countries like India, we have 1 billion Indians connected on the internet, are very rapidly adopting AI, because pretty much everything that's on the internet today is being AI powered. So there is a very, very rapid pace of AI. And in terms of developing AI capabilities, we are not too far behind. There's a lot of publicity, obviously, the American big tech companies have got. But I will predict that going down the line about 6 to 8 months from now, this will become a much more complex conversation with many, many countries demo AI capabilities. And an AI capability is really today a sovereign, almost a sovereign goal and a sovereign objective for many of the larger digital economies and innovation economies.
And Chloe, you recently held the Summit for Action on AI in Paris in February, and this was trying to get more global leaders at the table. But that's very noble. But when in practice, again, in reality, when we see that the US doesn't want to regulate and Europe does, can any meaningful guidelines really be established?
Well, thank you also for inviting me on this discussion. And this fragmentation of the international landscape was definitely something we had in mind when we started organizing the summit. Few companies and few countries are building AI, while the technology is used worldwide with huge implications. And besides, AI is really changing the way we think, we work. So it's not a neutral technology. It's become a political object with countries adopting national strategies. More than 60 of them now have a national strategy on AI. Yet more than 110 countries don't have a seat in the main AI international governance bodies. And that's what we had in mind when we brought together all these actors at the summit. We really wanted to make sure that we were creating this new and wide space to have this conversation with more than 100 countries present, but also with the private sector who's building the technology, and more than 300 CEOs worldwide from big and small companies who were there to discuss AI, but most importantly, to take action. You mentioned regulation. It was one of the topics of the summit, but the most important issue was how can we act concretely to make a difference within coalitions, to lower the carbon footprint of AI, make sure gender biases are avoided, have a greater solidarity. And all of that conversation was started in Paris, and we hope that we laid groundwork for a more cooperative path on this development of AI models.
Certainly, it was a great initiative to bring all those countries together. The conversation we're having now around AI and regulation reminds me very much of social media, when social media was a new thing, when the way people used Facebook was new, and we very much allowed these tech companies to self-regulate. Were they a publisher? Were they responsible for what was on their platform? And Jacob and I touched on this very briefly, talking about misinformation. But, in India, Rajiv, we have seen cases of misinformation that spread on social media, on WhatsApp. We've seen actual killings happen because of fake news that is spread. And I'm just interested to hear your perspective, having served as digital minister. Are there lessons that you think we could learn from what we did or didn't do with social media platforms?
Oh, absolutely, 100%, Melissa. I think, look, there's many, many lessons to be learned, and there are mistakes that we should certainly avoid. Look, tech in general and innovation in general has always been a paradox. And the narrative of tech, doing good, creating innovation, creating opportunities has always run ahead of the narrative of the problems with tech, the downside of tech, the harm and the criminality that is enabled by tech. So I would argue that if you think social media has been a challenge for governments and societies to deal with, AI is going to be that to a factor of 1 million. It is a significantly larger, bigger problem. And frankly, I think these conversations that we are having don't go to the depth of the problem yet. And then one of the big frustrations about people who are dealing with this or who have dealt with this is that the conversation and the narrative of AI and tech in general, doing good, creating all of these great, wonderful use cases, while they're all true and they're all correct, that the parallel, similar narrative around how do we address the issues of harm, how do we address the issues of criminality, how do we address the issues of misuse, That conversation, I think, hasn't grown fast enough, hasn't been broad enough, hasn't been cerebral enough, deep enough. So I think from my own experience as minister for 3.5 years, we really struggled with reining in social media, not reining in from a point of view of the free speech. And that is really one of the other problems, is that this has always been made into a sort of a binary, that you can either have free speech or you can have safety. You can't have both. And I think there is a need for countries around the world to start really having serious conversations of not making this a binary. We can do free speech. We can create all the benefits that AI and tech can deliver for society and humanity as a whole. But at the same time, we can also have a responsible conversation about how do we create guardrails and principles that tech should not trespass into harm and criminality.
Well, how do we do that? How can we protect free speech and have guardrails?
Look, I think the current attempt is certainly not going to work, which is where we have each country or each group of countries trying to do something of its own. The Europeans have an approach towards AI and tech. The Americans have a different approach. Singapore, Australia have their approach. We have our approach. China, of course, have got a walled-off internet, so they don't have any approach that we can align with. But I think there needs to be a deliberate conversation, which we proposed during the Global Partnership of AI conference in New Delhi in 2023, where democracies come together, if not all, many of them, in forums like the AI Action Summit, in forums like the AI Safety Summit, where we talk seriously about a global protocol, about a global understanding of what ought to be the guardrails that then get prescribed to these platforms and that they are accountable for. It is not enough, according to me, and I've been around the block for 35 years in tech, to just simply say, we'll pat you on your hand if you make a mistake, and you should have self-regulation and you should have these guidelines that look very great, but effectively just increase the concentration of power and decrease and diminish accountability of these big platforms. So I think my short answer to your question is the countries need to come together, especially democracies, to sort of agree on a harmonized set of principles and guardrails that will then be legally, these platforms have to be legally accountable for.
So Chloe, to that point, you brought together all of these leaders, at the summit. And when we talk about accountability, it's a really good point that Rajiv just brought up. The leaders who are at these summits like these aren't necessarily the people who are skilled to really understand the technology and know how to legislate about it or know how to hold those leaders accountable. I mean, how much do we need to see the governments working with private companies to be able to enforce something that is realistic and that makes a difference?
Well, that's indeed extremely important, and it's the reason why we had so many different actors in Paris, not just governments, but also artists, academia, civil society, and companies. And as you know, this technology is evolving extremely rapidly, which is a challenge for governments and for regulators. But at the same time, it's such a powerful technology that it's impossible to let it develop without a clear framework. And to answer to that, we really need to have a very strong cooperation between all actors. First of all, a smart discussion between governments and experts. I think that's what happened in the EU with the development of the AI Act, but also in other parts of the world right now, in Brazil, South Korea, which have similar conversations going on. Also, it's important that we don't lose track of what citizens and consumers want. And that's really important in the way we further adjust regulation around AI to make sure there's no mistrust that's growing, and that models which are being developed really suit their needs and answer to the main missions of having high value for society in sectors like health and education. And third, I believe we need to develop, at least in Europe, a specific know-how on how you build AI and how you use it in your society to be able to really regulate in the right manner. And that was something that was really strong in the summer. You often expect Europe to come about on the regulation side, but actually the Commission was very strong, in France too, on new investment, innovation, building AI factories, the European Commission followed on with its plan for an AI continent. So really being sovereign and autonomous enough and being able to develop this capacity in order to then regulate it correctly and strike the right balance between innovation and regulation.
So let me ask you both a question, and you know, everything you said sounds fantastic and sounds great on paper, but in practice, how much power do governments actually have over these increasingly powerful tech CEOs? Are we almost seeing an imbalance here? Because ultimately, when we look at social media, I mean, many governments are calling these tech leaders, pleading with them to take down content, pleading with them to do something. I mean, how much can governments actually rule over these tech companies? And, you know, especially as we look at the next couple of years and the future.
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Look, Melissa, I think there is an increasing, the asymmetry is absolutely widening. There should be absolutely no doubt on that front. The power, on the other hand, of these platforms is increasing, and that is just the reality of it. That is just the fact as we see it today, and it's just going to continue to compound with AI. The problem, as I said earlier, is that these platforms have never been held accountable. And part of the reason is that innovation, by and large, is not an area that governments have really wanted to regulate. You know, innovation, creativity, these are not areas that governments have traditionally sought to regulate. But, you know, with social media and certainly with AI, there is ample evidence that there is harm, that is criminality, there is misuse that can be that will be and can be used, and therefore there is a need for these regulations and these guardrails. So the asymmetry is absolutely there. I can tell you my own experience as a minister that I spent a considerable amount of my time calling up platforms and saying, please take down these insightful content. Please do it, because there was nothing in the law that let me direct them to do it. And it wasn't that I was asking them to take down content that was critical of me or critical of the government. There was simply things that were about social media being weaponized by, we have a set of very friendly neighbors in our neighborhood, as you know, and I use the word friendly very, very loosely, but this is really now influence operations, weaponizing the internet is really par for the course. And platforms have the power to either deny that weaponization or to be a silent mute spectator or to enable it. So it is an issue for governments, especially democracies and open societies like ours, where 1 billion Indians are on the internet and misinformation can cause serious issues, especially if it is religious or it is about community and caste, and it is an issue. So therefore, to answer your question, yes, that asymmetry is a problem. And as I said, the only way to solve this is to create some real legal guardrails that platforms have to be held accountable to.
With clear consequences, as you've said, accountability.
Yes.
Chloe, do you have anything to add on that?
Yes, I agree with Rajiv, and actually I think answering this question of power of governments on these companies, you have to look at two fields. Obviously, that of governments themselves, and I think regulation can be strong. The EU has shown what it could do on social media with both strong rules, potential sanctions, but also a strong market, which is something you can leverage when you're discussing on these issues. But the second thread is also the private sector itself and the ecosystem. And that's where the importance of avoiding hyper-concentration, having more and more actors develop AI, develop their own models, have a great diversity, also helps to challenge one another. And to my mind, we really need to work on these two tracks, ensure everybody has the building blocks to develop AI so that there's more and more models, and have a regulatory dimension on the other side to make sure that we can maintain this appropriate balance.
And we only have a couple of minutes left, so if anybody does have a question, this is your time. Please submit it now. But Chloe, just to pick up on what you said, you know, you're so right. When we're talking about imbalances and everything, a lot of people here where, you know, at the summit, you know, a lot of people there were using AI. They use it in their daily lives. But we still see that much of the world is nowhere close to even adopting AI. So we've already got this clear imbalance at the moment. And what does this mean for future inequality and global power structures? What can we do to make sure that we don't have these two worlds of the haves and have-nots? It's just, that's increased with AI.
Indeed, the risk of an AI worldwide is a huge international challenge, and that was actually at the heart of the summit. And this is why many try to make finding a solution, at least trying to bridge this gap, and making sure that critical resources are accessible to the majority. And one of the answers we found to this question was to create a foundation, which is called Current AI, which was created during the summit, and which aims at doing exactly that, sharing knowledge, best practices, infrastructure, so that there's a much more free access to the development of AIs, and that we can build AI which supports social and economic development in countries. The foundation found partners both in the private sector, countries from developing countries, and civil society, of course. And we're busy following its setting up so that it can share crucial elements such as financial resources, of course, but also intellectual resources.
I think we're losing you a little bit, Chloe.
Data, if you want to keep.
Got it. Your tech was.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's just breaking up a little, but I think I got the gist of what you were saying there, and so thank you. Rajiv, we've got a couple of seconds. Just close us out. What's one thing you would like to see implemented today to ensure the safeguards and accountability that you mentioned? I think. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, look, I think the one thing that I would expect, there's many things, but I think the one thing is really to start having this conversation about guardrails with the depth that it deserves. I think the implications of AI on society, on our value systems, on the structural integrity of the world that we live in is not to be underestimated. And while there is this almost a runaway train a narrative about what the great things that AI will do is all partly true. But I think there ought to be a parallel conversation about all of these things that we consider are real challenges. AI is a paradox. It's got many good things that it's going to deliver, but there are going to be serious challenges to the world and to the lives that we see as today. So I think my take would be, out of these conversations, if we can have a deep parallel track on what ought to be the guardrails and what ought to be the do's and don'ts of AI, that would indeed be a good service to humanity and countries at large.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you, Chloe. I know we lost her at the end. Very interesting conversation. Well, thank you all. I'd like to invite Jean to come back on stage. This is one way they can keep you on time, by cutting off your panelists. Jean will come back on. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Melissa. So a vibrant democracy requires capable leaders, robust institutions. It also requires citizens who are able to be involved, hopefully in a way that builds consensus and reduces polarization. Jigsaw is working on a project using artificial intelligence, which may show us a way to use AI in that productive kind of way. With me here today is Beth Goldberg. Beth is the head of research and development at Jigsaw. She also is a professor at the Yale School of Public Policy. Beth, thanks so much for joining us. So Jigsaw paired up with a city, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Why Bowling Green? What were the issues it was facing?
Yeah, it's a great question. I bet many of you in this room today are asking, what the heck does Bowling Green, Kentucky, in the heart of the United States, have to do with us sitting here in Copenhagen today? Well, for all of us who've dealt with the challenges of rapid urbanization and demographic change, the answer is a lot. Bowling Green has long been home to many of the major manufacturers in the US. They make, for example, the classic American car, the Corvette. But now, next to the Corvette factory, you've got mosques and a university and Vietnamese restaurants that were actually surprisingly good. Population growth is fueling diversification. Bowling Green is actually set to double in size in the next 25 years. And as they manage questions like refugee resettlement, a changing jobs landscape, cultural preservation, they must get ahead of tearing at the seams of polarization. Their mayor is aware of this, and he captured this really poignantly in a conversation with us when he said, "We want change to happen for us and not to us." But the mayor is working, as most governments are, with really limited resources. And so he knew that he needed to manage these tensions between the old and the new. He wanted to have some big conversation where he brought in all of those voices to actively shape it together, but he needed to do it in a low-resource way. Now, the tech has long existed for us to have conversations and share our opinions at scale. That's actually just social media, right? But what if we could actually make sense of the cacophony of thousands of voices and millions of opinions? And what if we could do it about a policy question that was really meaningful? One that was free, maybe, that governments could use to listen to their constituents at scale. Well, we piloted just that tool. I'm excited to tell you about it. We partnered with Google's large language models in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and we actually completed this pilot just last month. So I'm excited to share this with you all for the very first time.
So explain to us how you used AI to address these enormous problems that many urban areas are facing.
Yeah, I'll back up and actually explain what Jigsaw is, and then I'll tell you how we used and built some new AI open source tools. Jigsaw's a bit unusual. We are an incubator that is a semi-autonomous unit inside of Google, and we try to demonstrate what's possible when the world's most advanced technology is applied to its hardest civic problems. Now, we're an interdisciplinary team to do that. We've got engineers, we've got researchers and designers, and we team up in close partnership with civil society, with scholars, with technologists, with many of you in this room, actually, and we look globally at problems. And so we spent a lot of time this past year exploring questions of how to harness AI to support democracy. And so I'm going to show a quick overview of how we did that in Bowling Green. So we went to this purple town, as I mentioned, in the heart of America. It's a microcosm of demographic change that are facing urbanizing cities. And we used an online discussion platform to surface comments to an open question. What could the future of our town be? And then we used AI to categorize all of those comments, summarize them, and visualize them so that both the public and decision makers could understand what the town thought. As you can see here, readers can get different levels of granularity. Maybe the mayor can read just the summary, while folks who are actually making education policy or infrastructure policy can deep dive on individual comments without losing the nuance of what people really want. As you can see, on one side, we had green, which was showing high proportions of residents agreeing with an idea. And on the right, we had red, which was showing where there was actually a lot of disagreement. So we could visualize where people had some tensions and maybe needed some follow-up conversations. Now, design choices really matter with AI, so we wanted to develop this tool in very close partnership with governments. We actually flew to Kentucky and co-designed alongside the decision makers and the public. So we built a website that you can see here that was made to be navigable and easily accessible for the public, no signups needed. And then we built this tool for decision makers using Google's large language model, Gemini, which enabled them to make sense of these conversations at scale. We very creatively named it SenseMaker. Now, SenseMaker ensures that local leaders can hear the information they want directly from their constituents and understand their shared priorities with nuance. Now they understand that there's high agreement about where to build more parks and a lot of disagreement actually about whether to allow gambling.
So was the community ready and willing to engage, or did you have to work on that?
Yeah, it's a great question. You're absolutely right. The very hardest challenge that we faced in all of this was convincing people that this was worth their time to participate. We have so much political apathy and challenges with people disengaging from democracy that we needed to express that this was going to be worthwhile. So we started by working very closely with the mayor and the local government and a civil society organization that shared our goal of going beyond the normal people who show up to a town hall and actually hearing from diverse voices. We flew to Kentucky, and I can say the bourbon there is actually really good. And we did this deep ethnographic research where we were sitting down on people's couches with them to understand what were the barriers to democratic participation that they felt. What would it take for them to come to the table, or in this case, to the website? We first met with those who were most marginalized from politics. You can imagine recent migrants, those leaving jail or drug rehabilitation programs, the elderly, the young, even those in the rural areas. And so, for example, we sat down for a day with 2 Afghan sisters, and they had just escaped Kabul in time, and they'd been resettled to Bowling Green, Kentucky about 3 years ago. Over chai with us, they really struggled to even understand our questions about civic participation. They weren't even aware that they could attend, let alone speak up at a public forum. So for them to even feel safe joining the conversation to share their opinions, they would need to be called in by a member of their own community, and they would need to be able to participate anonymously and from the safety of their own bedrooms. We heard this, and we ensured that that informed our design choices. We made this platform anonymous. We allowed for privacy to be sort of at the core of what we built. People could just go to a website and participate on this online platform called Polis. Next, we met with the local leaders, and we wanted to map the community more holistically. And so we had them tell us where to go. We put up signs in everywhere from the churches and the mosques to the grocery stores and the basketball games, and we did it in 9 different languages. We brought people also to civic events because we wanted to understand what and how were they going to engage on policy questions. And we found that low self-efficacy was a major barrier. People were afraid that they just weren't informed enough on issues like immigration to have a voice. For example, we took a college student with us to one of the town halls, and he said, "I can't go to that. I'm not a lawyer." And we said, "You don't have to be a lawyer." We built this outreach campaign that centered local, relatable spokespeople that really called people in and said, sharing your lived experience is worthwhile. When the conversation is about your own town, your lived experience is expertise. And so ultimately, we ran this inclusive messaging campaign that was trying to surface these diverse voices for a full month, using AI then to illuminate the common ground between them.
Did it work?
Yes. Okay, you've been dying to know what's on the right side of this screen. Yes, it totally exceeded our wildest expectations. We had 1 in 10 residents, so over almost 8,000 residents in Bowling Green participate, and they submitted over 1 million pieces of feedback. These are comments and votes. And so while it was anonymous, we were able to hear back from many of those folks we'd met with that they enthusiastically participated, including those young Afghan women. And so we're taking from this that success hinged on the community feeling invited in and seeing people who looked like them, not just lawyers, as the face of the conversation. And now many of you will know that engagement metrics are not the full story. They're only part of any success story. So I want us to go next towards what can we learn about AI for boosting democratic outcomes more broadly? And I want to share some findings hot off the press, literally from last week, about whether this effort actually affected bigger topics like polarization and social cohesion.
And did it?
Well, let me first talk a little bit about traditional engagement, and then we'll get to how AI impacted things. So I'll back up for a second. Traditional engagement in civic gatherings, things like town halls, referendums, elections, things that many of you in this room have spent a lot of time and energy on, you'll be well aware that they're resource intensive, and they often get the same folks coming back over and over again to share their opinions. In the situation that we went to in Bowling Green, 9 people showed up to the town hall meeting, and they were full of big ideas and big opinions, but they weren't necessarily representing the full town with all of the nuance that they could. And so what we wanted to do was use AI to power civic engagement efforts and tease out 3 of the key advantages that we see from using AI. The first is that AI can unlock participation really at scale, an unprecedented scale, and for a duration of time that's longer than, say, a town hall gathering. Because citizens can participate from the comfort of their own devices on their own couches over the course of many days or weeks, you can get in those folks who are maybe not safe speaking up in public forums or who have childcare responsibilities. For example, just last year in Finland, over 12,000 Finns participated on the same platform we used, Polis, from their own homes to share opinions about public services. Make.org, another platform that's represented in this room, has been operating across the EU, and over the last couple years, they've had over 10 million people partake in democratic conversations. That's a scale that we could never get with town halls. Second, there's dramatic increases in efficiency for local leaders. So by using AI, they don't have to take weeks and weeks of sort of manual data science and calculations. They can actually distill insights from public data in a matter of minutes. And so SenseMaker that you saw took the folks in Bowling Green just a few minutes to generate that report, and then they were able to quickly share it virtually with their constituents. That enables this rapid turnaround for citizens to feel heard and to feel like this is worth their time to participate. And finally, AI enables local leaders to not only listen at scale, but then to identify actionable priorities and take action. AI can surface that low-hanging fruit for them, areas where there's high agreement amongst their town and low likelihood for pushback. And so what this is really doing is enabling AI is enabling us to map local voices. It's not only surfacing agreement, it's showing us this whole spread of viewpoints. Oftentimes, the loudest voices are the ones that leaders hear, and they may not know that those voices are really on the fringe until they see the full map of opinions. If you've ever attended a town hall, you'll know that the loudest voices are the ones that often take up the most oxygen, right? Those detractors. But when you have this more inclusive dialogue, and when you're able to visualize all the voices together in a map, you can understand and contextualize that those outliers are just outliers. And so in Bowling Green, we heard from a leader of the zoning board that if we make a zoning change, only the people who don't want that zoning change show up, and they yell at us, and they protest. But we later found through this report that actually the majority of the town really supported that major change we made. So the truth is that there is a lot of agreement in our pluralistic democracies. We just have to be able to uncover that hidden consensus.
Is this replicable elsewhere?
Yes. The good news is that the actual impact of this dialogue and deployment was enormous, and that we think it is using all replicable tooling. I mentioned that 10% of the town turned out. Now, that's an enormous success signal, but we wanted to make sure that this actually was doing things like depolarization and building social cohesion across the town. So for those of you who are M&E colleagues or fellow researchers, I'll just offer that we used pre- and post-surveys with participants, and we also used a randomized control trial in the town across a whole basket of polarization measures. We wanted to know things like, how much do people respect those that they disagreed with? How do they feel about other points of view? How open were they to them? Did they have a willingness to work with those they disagreed with, and even to show up to future civic engagement efforts? Well, yes, we had success here. We found that the public was both less polarized and more socially cohesive across a number of these metrics. And to highlight one that I'm particularly excited by, after participating, the public said they gained a better understanding of different viewpoints. This willingness to understand the other is the first key step towards depolarizing our democracies. And now, how did this affect the local leaders, too? They were other sort of major constituent here. Well, first, it highlighted priorities that the leaders didn't even know they had. Things like surfacing programs that the community was asking for that actually already existed, and they just weren't aware of. And it also surfaced for these leaders where there were low resource wins, things like extending existing programs to reach the rural outlying areas. And third, this is where the local leaders really breathed a sigh of relief. They were nervous. There actually were so many areas of common ground, what we can call hidden consensus. Even on subjects that were really contentious. People did talk about immigration, they did talk about education or housing policies. And ultimately, what surprised us the most, the leaders were really open to embracing this AI-powered solution. 96% of the local leaders in Bowling Green agreed that the AI made it easier for them to both understand and then accurately represent their community's needs. We need more of this ability for leaders to be able to represent their constituents for a functional democracy. And also, when's the last time that 96% of leaders agreed on anything? I think that's actually a pretty extraordinary stat. So I'm going to leave you all with some good news. The tools that we used here are all free and open source and available today. SenseMaker, the AI-powered tool that's using Gemini to find common ground, is now on GitHub. A playbook that captures both our research, the recruitment process, and ultimately how to deploy this tool is being launched formally at Google's big annual conference next week, and so you'll be able to access that as well for free on our website. And so when leaders like all of you combine AI tools like SenseMaker with the platforms for the public to deliberate that already exist, those like make.org or Console that are here in this room, we can have more meaningful chances to build cohesive democracies and to bridge our polarized divides. And I don't want to use those as just fluffy buzzwords. I actually really mean them. We demonstrated in Bowling Green that we can leverage AI tools like SenseMaker to help citizens feel both heard by their local leaders and to help leaders listen at scale. This is about how AI can create tighter and more impactful feedback loops between citizens and those that they elect. We can bridge public voice and take policy action.
And all of this a boost for democracy. Beth Goldberg, thanks for joining us, Head of Research and Development at Jigsaw. And now, you are all free to go to the lobby and get a cup of coffee if you need some caffeine. We'll see you back in a bit.
Thanks, Jean.
Thank you.
Doing well.
Welcome back. I hope you had a great break. We are now going to enjoy the Democracy Technology Entrepreneur Program. This has been a feature of the Copenhagen Democracy Summit for the past 5 years. It's really a highlight. As the name implies, this presents you with innovations that are intended to bolster the digital resilience of democracies. This session is organized in partnership with the International Strategy Forum. This is an initiative of the Special Competitive Studies Project, which is spearheaded by Dr. Eric Schmidt and Wendy Schmidt. I might add that SCSP also sponsors a great podcast called NatSec Tech that's hosted by me. So bookmark that, will you? The other partners for our program today, Atlas Network, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization supporting the development and success of pro-freedom organizations around the world, and also IDA, which is Denmark's premier professional association and trade union for individuals who are working in engineering, tech, IT, and the natural sciences. So, about the competition. Our entrepreneurs who you're about to meet have been through extensive coaching. They have been through democracy hackathons and coaching and masterclasses with leaders in business and tech, and also with democracy advocates. Here are our teams. Let me bring them on stage. We have 3 of them from Ukraine, 4 of them actually. Ukraine first, followed by Armenia and Moldova and Georgia. Each fellow sitting here is going to have 3 minutes to present their innovation, and then they will be questioned by our judges. Let me now introduce the judges. First, returning again to join us is Jorn Larsen, who is founder and CEO of Trifork. We also have with us Laura Klitgaard, who is chairperson of IDA, who I just mentioned. And finally, we have Nikolai Newholm, who is a serial entrepreneur and investor. Thank you all for your time and attention today. Much appreciated. So 3 prizes are going to be awarded today. They each bring a prize of $10,000 US. So this is very significant. The judges are going to pick the winners of 2 of them. The Ukraine Award, which goes to the fellow working on a tool to defend Ukraine or build back Ukraine. The second is the Copenhagen Democracy Tech Award. This will go to an outstanding tech solution for Georgia, Moldova, or Armenia. But you are going to vote for the 3rd award, which is called the People's Award. You're going to hear more about that voting procedure in just a minute. But now it is time for our first fellow to make his presentation. Our first group is defending democracy in Ukraine. Our first competitor is Vyacheslav Shvaidak. He will tell us about Dropla.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Vyacheslav Shvaidak, and I'm an ex-lieutenant in the Ukrainian Armed Forces, and I'm here to solve the crisis of the landmine contamination. And to understand the problem and the scale of it, that's the map. 26,000 square kilometers of agricultural land only in inaccessible area is denied in service due to the landmine contamination. And the scale is, it's half of Denmark. And so I've gathered a group of extreme individuals, 35 of them working full-heartedly, both in Denmark and in Ukraine, solving this issue. So what is Dropla? It's a short name from drone platform, but in a nutshell, it's a toolbox for augmenting demining operation and threat detection for the military. So what's in the toolbox? 6 different sensing technologies, 10 unmanned systems, capability to survey up to 50 hectares per day. How we do it? We release a fleet of UAVs equipped with various remote sensing technologies to scan and survey the area. And then by applying signal processing techniques like machine learning and sensor fusion, we're able to create a map where threats are revealed, and each layer gives you an extra layer of confidence. The core of our system, obviously, is our software, and we're sitting on the biggest training ground truth data set for landmine detection in the whole Europe right now. We're already operational in Ukraine, and this is the picture from our last gig in Ukraine. This is 100 hectares for one of the humanitarian demining operators, and we have found a sea of anomalies. We also found some anomalies that we didn't expect to find. a fox, 2 raccoons, and 2 deers. But what I really want to talk about is the application of this technology for the military sector. What you can see here is schematics of so-called front edge of the battle area, or for the short FIBA. The adversary is constantly trying to disrupt your operations inside the FIBA zone by the means of dropping landmines onto your extraction routes or delivering anti-personnel landmines through the rocket artillery systems. So we need an ability and capability to detect threats in real time. That's why we've been approached by a special forces unit of Armed Forces of Ukraine to develop such capability. And this is Dropla Blue Eyes, a system capable of operating at 30 frames per second and be installed on vehicles that can run up to 60 kilometers per hour inside the FIBA zone. What you can see here is a moment where the technology gets adopted by the Ukrainian armed forces. This is not just a lighter. This is the lighter that the commander of a special forces unit has lost 3 weeks ago. And during the blind test trials, we have found it. That was the moment of adoption. So with these capabilities, we're tapping into the framework of NATO force protection and mobility. And over the course of the last 2 years, we've made many great relationships both with Ukrainian and Danish ministries and institutions, and now moving into the pilots with the big defense players. So, if you are an individual with vast defense network and want to save lives, come help me build this shield. Thank you.
And now our judges will have a chance to ask a question or two. Nikolai, do you have a question for us?
Great, thank you for an amazing presentation, and please don't hold my first name against me. I am actually Danish, not Russian, but you can call me Mikola instead.
My father is Mikola.
Fantastic. So could you tell us a little bit how much is, so you've run a couple of dry runs now. You had the lighter you found. How many units are actually out in operation at this point?
What do you mean by operation?
So out there actually demining at this...
We're not in particular demining. We're doing land preparation and non-technical surveying phase of the demining action for the humanitarian. But now we have one full team that is doing this contract that we're deployed under for 3,000 hectares. So we plan to scale the number of the teams operating in Ukraine next year up to 6.
And who's financing that?
We have attracted over 1 million euros in funding, both in equity and non-equity.
The 3,000 hectares, who's financing that specific operation?
The contract is paid by the humanitarian demining operator, which hired us, which in its turn got paid by the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine for the demining contract.
Great.
Laura.
Yes, thank you for a very exciting presentation. And an exciting product as well.
Yeah.
What are your biggest challenges if you need to roll this out in a bigger scale, especially now in the Ukraine?
Obviously, it's a financing issue. So the access to the working capital, because you can imagine that, no, I will no longer have control. I just wanted to show you that this 2 machines and 10 unmanned systems, 6 different sensing technologies, it's quite an expensive gig. So if you want to scale, like you need to cover the capex for the team. So right now, this is the only challenge. Explaining to the financial institutions that it has a viable business model, that they can back it up with the working capital.
And what about skills? Are there enough skills right now in the Ukraine?
Oh, that's plenty of technical skills in Ukraine for working with remote sensing technologies, artificial intelligence, advanced sensing, navigations. It's, yeah.
I'm happy to
We're the first in the world, I guess, now.
Vyacheslav, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And now let me welcome Danilo Dermanger, who is going to tell us about Univera.
Hello, my name is Danilo and I'm CEO of Univera. And now I present you the first student voting platform in Ukraine. Student democracy is broken. Student councils across Ukraine faces a problem when they can't engage students to the university elections. But students do care. They just don't trust the process. It's insecure, there is no real secret ballot, and high risk of voting interference from administration. So that's why we created Univera. Univera provides students with a true democracy experience from admission to graduation. For student councils, governments, and unions, it's a powerful tool to make a fully legal digital elections and to communicate with students through surveys and direct communication through app. And why it's game-changing? No more photos of documents, forget the Google Forms. Now it's absolutely automatic with a real secret ballot and process automation. So we are verifying students through the government DIA application in Ukraine, and every student in Univera is real. So it's very easy process, 2 clicks, and everything got that. And now we operate on Ukrainian market. It's quite large, and we plan to enter European market next, and we are working on it. And we have more than 20K students, a lot of universities, and we have achieved a lot of partnerships and collaborations within the country and the world. And we have a lot of universities. And for example, the biggest one, the Kyiv Polytechnic University, they have elected their rector first time in 30 years with Univera, and they have a regular student council meetings and elections, and they elected 2 student councils with Univera, and they are happy about it. And more universities coming soon. For companies, it's a powerful tool for recruitment, internships, and targeted advertising to promoting their goods to students. Now we operate on Ukrainian market, and we plan to enter European market next year. We are scaling fast, and we are growing. And for that, we need some investments, but last but not least, we need industry advisors and partnerships in educational tech and democratic tech in Europe to make it happen. And I believe in our strong team. We are fully capable to achieve these goals because we have a professional expertise, we are working more than 3 years together, and we are breaking through all the difficulties. And most important, we are student activists ourselves. We know everything from the inside, and we know how to make our plans happen. That's Univera. Feel free to contact us, and remember, this is a product from students to students. Let's reshape education with Univera. Thank you.
Jorn, your turn to question.
Thank you so much. It was a great presentation and big accomplishment you already reached. So my first question would be, can you just take us through how you enroll? How do you identify a person, a student? You talked a little bit about it, but what's the enrollment process to get an identity in your system?
You mean how we verify them?
Yeah, so a student, how do they get onto the platform?
Okay, so they just download the application from Google Play or an App Store. They log in by their number, and after that, they verify themselves through the 2 clicks from our digital DIA application. It's a government Ukrainian application where you have a student ID, for example, and they just share it without using university infrastructure, so it's independent. It's not rely on university mail or something like that, and that's it.
Thank you.
Laura.
Thank you for a great presentation. Do you see that the students are actually using this? Can you see in the numbers that there are more active students voting now? And also, is there any data being shared from your app to, for example, other apps or companies, or is there any sharing of data at all?
Okay, so the first question about students, we see more involvement because in 2020 we have a COVID thing and universities closed, and they had elections through Google Forms, and student involvement isn't as good as now. Now it's I can say we have 10-15% of involvement of all students, but we must say it's 50% of active students, and it's more than they had before. And about data security, we didn't share any data with companies. We just provide them a platform so they can, for example, we have vacancies in our application, and local companies, they just can, for example, I live in Odessa, and they're okay, we need some data engineers from Odessa universities, and they posting their vacancies, targeting on Odessa universities, and so on. So we didn't share any data directly to them.
So it's not only a voting app. You can also use it for other things.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you.
it. And now welcome Sviatoslav Gnizdovsky. His project is called Open Minds.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Sviatoslav Gnizdovsky. I'm CEO and founder of Open Minds. I wouldn't surprise many of you if I would say that Europe is already at war. And while Ukraine is fighting the kinetic war against Russia, the rest of the democratic world is facing different kind of invisible threats. What we call the domain of cognitive or information warfare. So countries like Russia deploy more than $2 billion annually to interfere into our elections, to polarize our society, but also, most importantly, to indoctrinate their own domestic audiences with ideology that fuels hatred and escalates conflict further on. And it looks like we are entering the new arms race, the cognitive arms race. And unfortunately, the democratic world is lagging 20 or 30 years behind. There haven't been many advancements since the end of the Cold War. And actually, we were quite good during the Cold War. We deployed significant resources, talent to these kind of problems. But for now, we feel that this gap has to be closed. And that's why we started Open Minds. In 2022, in Ukraine, facing these difficulties and problems, in the real time. And Open Minds currently consists of two main products. The first one is an analytical module that identifies online conversations and detects instances of manipulation, instances of distorting the reality in the information landscape on different platforms. Think of Telegram, Reddit, and others. But there is a second module that is a response module that actually sends AI agents and labels the content and informs these societies and audiences on these platforms that they are being influenced in one way or the other, basically dropping a message there. So these two modules work together as an ecosystem, and that's the first step, we believe, to build the next generation cognitive defense for the democratic world. We validated our product already. We have more than 20 government organizations, national security sector partners as our clients, and our technology was behind more than 60 investigations and research at this point of time. Most recently, election interferences in Moldova, Georgia, Germany, United States, and Romania, but also many more, even within the hard-to-reach areas where we don't have typically access to. And the problem is not just really about Europe. There are more than 4 billion people that are living under these kind of restrictions around the world. So we believe that with an expertise from the national security sector, technology, and strategic communications, we are equipped to solve this problem. And we would be really eager to have you join us on our mission to build the new next generation cognitive defense shield for the democratic world. Thank you very much.
Nikolai, fire away.
Thank you, Sviatoslav. So let me understand. There's no product for the end user, or that is simply the labeling of article or a social media post, or how does it work? So if I'm the reader, if I'm the person interacting, how does it affect me?
So thank you. The end user is the national security analytical department, typically, or a team that has an access to the software as a service dashboard, from which they can see all the different instances of manipulation and polarization, but also control these AI agents that go and respond, basically fine-tuning the responses, creating specific settings, what should be the response, and how frequent it should basically be out there in the wild.
But as a citizen in Ukraine or Angola, how do I come across Open Minds?
So the probably best analogy would be Twitter community nodes.
Yeah.
When you scroll Twitter and you see something, for example, they used to have slightly better, now it's a bit questionable, the community nodes functionality. That informs you that this information might not be the most representative. It's similar, but on the platforms that don't have any kind of centralized feature like that we do in the decentralized way.
Great.
Jorn.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So in 5 years' time, where do you see the company and yourself? Would you also involve yourself in working with social media platforms and not just agencies and governments?
So just to clarify, our primary market is the national security. So social media platforms are not involved here per se. And we are on the mission to focus just on the national security sector for now. And I think in the 5 years' time, the success would be to have our technology and knowledge deployed to the majority of the democratic countries' national security sector organizations.
Thank you.
Sviatoslav. I'll get it. I got it right the
Yes.
first time. Sviatoslav. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. And now we're going to move on to our second theme, which is defending democracy in Armenia, Moldova, and Georgia. First up, we have Anna Khachatrin from Armenia, Havasti.
Before you hit that share button, pause, reflect, verify. The truth is worth it. Since childhood, we've been hearing about the Soviet oppression and the First Karabakh War, feeling that our independence and freedom are under threat. In 2020, it became real. The Second War in Karabakh, the disputable region between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We witnessed how information manipulation and hybrid warfare took away the lives of our relatives, our friends, our classmates. 2 years after the war, Azerbaijan blocked the Lexchain corridor, the only road connecting Karabakh to the world, under the false pretense of an eco-activism, causing the forced displacement of more than 100,000 Armenians. During a nationalist speech, one of the Azerbaijani so-called eco-activists, trying to symbolize peace, was so caught in the moment that she accidentally squeezed a white dove to death. This illustration has become the symbol of how disinformation can escalate into a humanitarian crisis. In spite of the EU monitoring mission on the border, up to the moment, Azerbaijan spreads disinformation about Armenia breaking the ceasefire. Disinformation is a manipulation tool, and 82% of Armenians struggle to recognize it. We've talked to people to understand how fake news affects their lives, and these results are alarming. With the current geopolitical tension and meta-canceling fact-checking, democracies need to unite. In February, Armenia began the EU accession process as the only democratic hub in the region, defending freedom ahead of 2026 elections. Hi, I'm Anna, the founder of Havasti. With Nareh and Christine, as the first generation of independent Armenia, we want to establish democratic systems in our country to defend its sovereignty and freedom. How can we contribute to this? With Havasti, we empower Armenian readers to identify the accuracy of news online with minimum efforts. Havasti is a browser extension and a mobile application that can be integrated with social media and Google search to quickly show the news accuracy score. Accuracy is assessed across website source and author's credibility and information accuracy. We've launched our website and the MVP with which Armenian readers can identify the accuracy of a news by simply pasting its article into Havasti. A hackathon idea to improve the media literacy in Armenia brought us to this stage where we are sharing our vision to become the leading publicly accessible text and visual news accuracy solution. We are ready for our next milestones, and we need 140,000 euros to build the bias detection model trained in Armenian and to make Havasti available on mobile. We also need connections to build partner integration with Meta. Pause, reflect, and verify with Havasti, your news accuracy compass. Let's move the truth needle together. Thank you.
Anna, thank you. Laura, what do you want to know?
Thank you for a great presentation and actually quite simple product, actually. Easy to understand, but probably hard to get out there. So what is your biggest need? If I know you need money, but what else do you need to make this come alive and have many, many, many users?
Thanks for the question. The biggest challenge is to build the bias detection model trained in Armenian. As from language to language, based on the structure of the language, it becomes tricky. And we want to involve lots of linguists, professionals, fact-checkers, so that with joint efforts, we can easily identify the bias models and train the model to make it accurate and reliable.
Nikolai.
Hi, Anna.
Hello.
Thank you for the presentation. So how do you reach the average user who might not be, into being literate around the information that's being shared? The ones who are just consuming it like goats.
Thank you for the great question. Actually, this is one of the drivers that we're building a simple solution enough so that any person, without even thinking about their media literacy level, seeing a percentage of accuracy on their social media when scrolling their feed, they will stop and pay attention whether they want to share that button or not, as the indicator is just simple percentage showing the accuracy level for them. And there is no much education or knowledge required to use the product.
So how do you reach them in the first case?
In the first case, we're reaching out to people. We're talking to different people, showing our solution, testing it, and showing how they can reach the accuracy and understand it in a simple way. We're engaging also public. People who have already trust in the public and to whom public always turns with any IT-related questions, because we have certain public figures there, and we will be relying on them to make the first outreach to the wider audience.
Thank you.
Anna, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anna was from Armenia. We're now going to move on to Moldova. Adrian Manole is here with us to talk about Lexchain.
Thank you. My name is Adrian, and we are building the digital shield of Europe for data security. This is a real screenshot from a dark web forum. This is a real screenshot from a dark web forum where a hacker is selling the data of over 160,000 European citizens. That's less than a cent per person. To these criminals, our privacy is worthless, traded like cheap goods. And this dehumanizing behavior happens constantly, threatening our security, privacy, and democracy itself. Yet, institutions and corporations that handle our sensitive data, despite their massive resources, fail to protect us. France recently saw 43 million citizens' data exposed from unemployment agencies. The UK Electoral Commission lost data of 40 million voters. And even the EU Parliament had sensitive HR files compromised. If the giants struggle, how can the average person protect themselves? Because the existing solutions for data security are expensive, complex, and not built for individuals. Our focus is different. Lexchain fills the critical void in consumer-targeted data protection by providing an accessible, user-friendly shield built for the individuals. It starts with your Lex ID, your unique digital identity and the key for your data. And since it is protected by your biometrics, you are the key, securely linking your data directly to you. And using Lexchain is simple. You log into the dashboard using your Lex ID and then link your storage, either cloud, like Google Drive, OneDrive, or even your own server. And when you upload the file and authorize that action with your Lex ID, the file is encrypted with your identity and then fragmented into multiple pieces. This ensures that even if a hacker breaks into your storage, it reveals nothing but useless fragments. But when you need the file, it's automatically reassembled back. You can also share files securely. Lexchain re-encrypts those fragments for the recipient's Lex ID, ensuring that only they have access. Powered by the blockchain, you own your data, and every action is permanently recorded. This means that you know exactly what happened with your data and who accessed it. Huge cybersecurity market growth shows escalating digital threats, and we must protect our personal data now before our security and democratic trust is harmed. Driven by this urgency, we launched Lexchain in record time. It's a fast adoption by students and staff at the Technical University of Moldova and by other large organizations. And data security shouldn't be a luxury. We are democratizing cybersecurity for the individual by offering simple, accessible monthly plans for everyone. Our plan to secure Europe has 3 phases. Drive user adoption by securing the individual and building trust. Then, scaling Lexchain to governments and institutions, securing the democratic processes over there, becoming the Europe's digital shield by 2028. I co-founded Lexchain with my fellow cybersecurity student. The 2 of us are fueled by the same mission and backed by a powerful and diverse team of advisors. In order to rapidly scale the digital shield across Europe, we need partners in market expansion, advocacy, and investment, who share our vision for a safer digital democracy. Join us in building the digital shield of Europe. Thank you.
And this is Stefan, who is the CTO for Lexchain. Thanks for joining us also. Jorn, your question.
Thank you for your presentation. Very important mission. So how are you going to attract these partners that you just talked about? What do an ideal partner look like for you?
Thank you for your question. So our strategy to attract partners is to go to universities and launch pilot projects for free for the first 5% of students in order to get traction, give it for free until they graduate, and they then convert into paying customers, and through word of mouth, they can spread the idea.
Thank you.
Laura.
Thank you. How do you manage the data yourself? How do you manage your own company data?
Our own company's data?
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually use Lexchain. Yeah, we actually use Lexchain, and we secure our data through Lexchain. But if I may ask, the question was about how we manage the data inside our company.
It was actually how you do with your own data, because I wanted to hear if you use your own system.
Yeah.
But also, please tell us more about how it actually works. I'm not a blockchain expert. I wish I was. But I guess for everyone, it's a little difficult to understand. How does this actually work?
Okay, so we are security layer on top of the existing infrastructure, either like servers that companies use or cloud providers like we people use. So for example, if we use Google Drive, if we secure the data through Lexchain, the file will be encrypted with our identity, because we created our own identity system, similar like MetID you have in Denmark. And then the file is encrypted with our identity, and then it's made a puzzle out of it. And in case someone breaks into our storage, it reveals nothing but like useless pieces.
And it does it with everything you have in your, for example,
yes.
Google Drive.
Yes.
So all the files you have.
Yes, it's really seamless. And we intended it to be seamless in order for everyone to use it. It's really important to secure our data now. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Our final competitor is from Georgia. Please welcome Miriam Kaulashvili-Southwell.
This talk is not a classic pitch. This project is not a classic startup. My product is democracy. My tools are resistance, information, and training. And my team is the people of Georgia. My name is Mariam, and I represent the largest civil platform, Daitova. Me and my core team back in my country are looking for your help to digitize the resistance. We've already started, but we need your help to build a safe, encrypted digital meeting space, a new site, and also to keep our election training platform going. Since May 2024, Daitova has been the main and the crucial platform organizing protests in our country. For the October elections, we've built an online training platform to train election observers. Despite having over 2,500 election observers in the polling stations, unfortunately, the results were stolen by pro-Russian forces. So in November, we started showing our disapproval in the streets. By the end of December, we had more than 500 people beaten up and arrested, 45 hospitalized after being brutally attacked by the police and special forces in the streets during the rallies. Today is the 168th day of continuous protests in Georgia. We have over 46 political prisoners till now, and Daytova, as the headquarters of resistance, our members, us co-founders, are targeted by the government and by the police. We are being beaten up, forced out of our jobs, our educations, being arrested. But this is not the time to back down. This is the time to fight with everything what we have to safeguard the democracy in our country and human rights. Therefore, our plan is to expand our protests in the streets by building an online resistance, and these are our projects. Daytova Facebook group and info page, media platform Isobra, and Online Observers Academy. Daytova info and Facebook group is mostly about organizing protests, mobilizing citizens, giving medical and legal help, and also advocating for human rights and political reforms. And then we have media project Isobra, which is providing political information through curated and neutral debates, stories, podcasts, and etc. And then we have Online Observers Academy, which is a digital training academy for online observers with election observers, and it's mostly about raising awareness about vulnerabilities of our election systems, the ways to rig the elections, and also how each and every person can make a difference. And as I said in the beginning, I'm not here with a classic startup pitch. I'm here to present you the movement that needs your support and tools of technology to keep going. And not the least, I'm here to ask for your help to help us digitize the resistance in our country, and also please help frontline democracy from falling into the wrong hands. Thank you.
Okay, Nikolai, it is your time.
Thank you. Amazing resistance, 168th day. So what's going to have the biggest impact in the long term? Is that the organizing, or is that the training of servers?
One of the main reasons we're standing in the streets for more than 6 months now is that we're demanding the new elections. So I think it's the combination of both. The resistance has to go on demanding the new elections, and once the new election happen, the observers' part will be crucial to defend the results and the process, how the elections will go. So it's the combination of both.
And where might you take that training then in the future? What are the next steps in securing the civil society and democracy?
Well, hopefully next year, this time, I could be standing on the stage and telling you about the difficult path that we went through the victory to put our country back to the democratic rails. And this is basically the final destination where we want to arrive, because the last 2 years, what is happening in the country, it's a highway to autocracy. And I think we Georgians, as people, we deserve to live in a democratic country where we can just have our lives and not be threatened to be there every day.
Thank you.
Jorn.
Thank you. Great mission. So did I understand it right? You want to replace the Facebook group with a secure platform where you can organize your activities?
So the Facebook group will stay as it is, because it has over 250,000 users, which for the country of 3.5 million is a huge group. So the group's going to stay as it is, because a lot of people interact and share their opinions and etc. But as in for organizing different activities and sharing the information, we do need a space where we can share the information without being targeted, because right now, just to even in the streets, like on the main streets, we have Chinese cameras with Russian face recognition softwares. And how good they are is that you can be standing 10 meters away. They can literally read what's written on your screen. So that's how the situation is. That's how the surveillance is working. So, and meeting in the streets, basically, it's not safe anymore to share the information. That's why we need a secure space digitally where we can at least say what we are organizing, what we need to do, who's doing what, and etc.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So our judges are now going to leave the stage as they're going to put their heads and their notes together to determine who will win the Ukraine Award and the Copenhagen Democracy Tech Award. Meanwhile, welcome to the stage Richard Taylor. He is CEO of Lumi Global. He's going to explain how all of you can register your vote for the People's Award. Richard.
Thank you. Well, I think you'll agree with me. We have 6 excellent candidates. And in the words of the Deputy Prime Minister of Greenland yesterday, it's time to quit with the blah, blah, blah and put democracy into action. So hopefully you have found the voting section in the app. You get there via the icon, the menu icon in the bottom right-hand corner. And before we actually do the proper vote, we're going to run a test, which should now be open. And that is on the all-important question of which of the following countries do you think are most likely to win this weekend's Eurovision Song Contest? From the blah, blah, blah to the la, 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 perhaps. So whilst I just give you a few more moments to see how this works, through selecting and then pressing the submit vote button, just some thoughts really on whatever technology you're using in voting and elections, whether that's pen and paper, a simple polling app, through to an end-to-end verifiable election system. The key things really are integrity and trust so that democracy can work as well as possible. Okay, hopefully everybody's had a chance to do that. We close the vote and hopefully see what the Copenhagen delegation thinks. Who would get the 12 points? Oh, close, I wouldn't go. So, now I think we will open the vote from moving on from the prize of 12 points to the prize of $10,000. And this will now be left open for the next 5 minutes or so, and the winner will be announced at the end. Thank you very much.
Now we have brought back a competitor from a previous year who was going to talk to us about entrepreneurship, innovation, and most especially democracy. Please welcome to the stage Georgi Gogua. He is the co-founder of Project 64. Georgi.
It's an honor to stand here on the stage in front of the people who have fought for democracy and freedom, especially the ones who have experienced pressure from autocratic regimes and yet continue to resist in the name of liberty. My name is Georgi Gogua. I'm a journalist, and I'm the co-founder of Project 64, an independent media organization based in Georgia. Last year, I stood here and spoke about growing challenges for journalists and civil society in my country. This year, I come with a heavier story, but with a clearer mission. Today, in Georgia, democracy is under attack. The government has adopted a series of laws designed to restrict media and civil society, suppress the free expression, and expand their influence over every part of political process. As I speak, protests in Georgia have continued uninterrupted for over 5 months, almost 6 months now. More than 300 journalists have been attacked. Over 50 people have been arrested. A lot more have been harassed physically or verbally, among them students, musicians, actors, physicians, activists, journalists, and many are still on trial with no sign of fair justice. And hundreds more face enormous fines for simply protesting. And one of those arrested is especially personal for me as a journalist, Zia Amarlobeli, the director of the media outlet Batum Elebi. She faces 4 to 7 years in prison simply for slapping a policeman to defend her dignity. And right now, the clock is ticking for Georgia's democracy, for Georgian media and its civil society. At the end of this month, a cruel new version of so-called foreign agents law will come into power, and which threatens massive fines and up to 5 years in prison for those who will not register as a foreign agent, including us, media outlets, and who are foreign funded. But we are not going to register. We are no one's agents. Doesn't matter how the propaganda machine tries to label us. 4 years ago, when we started Project 64, we believed that we were building something that could last. We built everything with our hands, literally. We used our personal equipment to produce the content because we believed in what we were doing. We believed that journalism, powered by creative and bold minds, could make the difference. And it did, actually. In few years, 2 or 3 years, we grew from 3 people to 17. Here is the stuff. We created new formats, raised standards of storytelling, and made room for failure. That's really important because we believe that growth comes from trying. But now, we are forced to choose. To give up donor support and survive as a business, or shut down. And financial independence and organizational financial growth was always in our long-term strategy, but donor support really helped us kickstart our ambitions to make journalism sustainable, not through clickbait, but through deep, meaningful visual journalism that explains how power works and how it fails. But you need time for that. We do not have it, but we do not have choice either. So we are doing everything we can and doing it fast. Through Studio 64, our creative production arm, we take on commercial projects for over 3 years now, in design, branding, and video, but in a small market like Georgia and politicized market like Georgia, it's not really enough. We must generate revenue from every ethical source available, which is production, merchandise, subscriptions, donations, not for profit, though, to reinvest it into journalism. Because we still believe in something that many have begun to doubt, that journalism matters. We believe in pure, old-school journalism with strict standards, with high sense of justice, and journalism which answers only to their audience and delivers knowledge. And that is what authoritarian regimes fear the most. That's why they attack our credibility. Not because we are dangerous, because we are clear, because we ask questions. Authoritarian regimes do not start by banning elections. They start by banning questions. By intimidating journalists, by flooding the public space with confusion, until people forget what truth even looked like. And we have seen it before. You have seen it before, not only in Georgia. That's not new. And like I said, we have made mistakes to address those issues, but that's okay as long as we learn from them. And now Georgia is a test for the West's courage and the test for whether the international community can act before it is too late. And we have to act now. And for us, for Project 64, it's a test of whether idealism and resilience are enough to keep going when the system is rigged against you. And same goes to everyone in Georgia fighting tirelessly from freedom. And honestly, I'm really exhausted. I haven't rested for months like many of my colleagues and friends, and it's been overwhelming physically and emotionally, but we are not giving up. Not because we are heroes or anything, but because we remember where we started. We remember the one-room studio where it all began, which brought us here. We remember the principles what we build everything on. And we know that if we survive this year, we'll be stronger, freer, and more trusted than ever before. So to everyone in this room and everyone who is watching or will watch at some point, if you believe in independent media, and if you believe that it's essential to democracy, support it. Not just with words, but with action. Help us find the ways to keep doing what we do best. Journalism. And remember this, Georgia is not Belarus. Georgia is a country full of people who still believe in freedom. And Georgia still stands for almost 6 months now. And once again, I will finish with the final words from our national anthem. Words I will repeat as many times as I will need to. Dideba tauisuplebas, glory to freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan, for all of your work and your remarks. And now let me welcome back to the stage our judges. Nikolai Newholm is here, serial entrepreneur and investor. Also, Jorn Larsen, founder and CEO of Trifork, and Laura Klitgaard. And the moment has come. This is it. I think, Nikolai, you're the man of the moment. Does it feel good to boss him around? Nikolai, you're going to tell us who you've decided has won the Ukraine Award. Go for it.
Absolutely. So the winner of the Democracy Summit 2025 Ukraine Award is Open Minds, Sviatoslav. There you go. So our motivation is very much that the core securing defense of democracy is really against manipulation and distortion from abroad. You've been out there, you've proven it, you have contracts, you have secured contracts undergoing, so we want to really commend that effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Jorn, now you can come up.
Okay.
And you're going to tell us who won the Copenhagen Democracy Tech Award.
Yes, I will. And it was really tough. And we discussed and discussed. But it goes to Havasti. Congratulations. So, how do you feel?
I can describe in words. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to highlight the events that weren't highlighted back in 2020 and to have the opportunity to make some contribution to democracy by empowering truth to the wider public, to give the tools to the wider public to identify the accuracy, because that's the only way to make empowered decisions.
Thank you so much. I see all of us, hopefully, think, reflect before we share, and using your technology.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank
you. Laura Klitgaard, it is your turn to tell us how everybody voted and who won the People's Award.
The People's Award, kind of exciting. And I think we should actually commend all of you for the great presentations you've done, for your fight for democracy, each and every one of you in different ways. So I think you should give them all a hand just to start up. And now for the People's Choice Award. I can say that the people have chosen a winner that had a story that, you know, it dove right into my heart. It's hard not to feel the story that the winner had, and also I think every one of us could see just within the pictures in the presentation that here is actually really, really a fight for democracy going on each and every single day. So the winner is, from Georgia, Mariam. Congratulations. I can't believe how you're fighting every day. I thought those days were over where you had to fight in a way and fight for just your everyday lives and your jobs and everything. So how do you feel about winning this prize?
I feel very good standing on the stage and having an opportunity to talk about what's happening in our country. And I think that is the most important part. And this means that we get the support and we have the attention. And thank you for it. And we will need a lot of it because it's the long run. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And that concludes this year's competition. I want to thank our judges for their input, for their great questions, but most importantly to our competitors, all of whom are working hard to support democracy in their countries. Thank you, all of you, for your efforts. And now, let me welcome back to the stage Melissa Matani.
Wow, Jean, well, that was fantastic. What a fantastic bunch.
They're always inspirational. Always, every year.
I feel like you have some future guests here for your NatSec Tech podcast.
It could be. That could definitely be true. That could definitely be true.
You know, it's interesting. My next panel is all about democratic trust in AI. And on your podcast, I'm a big fan. How often does AI come up? Because you talk about all sorts of technology.
We do. And we talk about AI from a couple of different perspectives. We talk about its application in military operations, in intelligence. We look at some of the foundational issues like energy consumption of data centers and export controls and chips and what the state of international competition is as relates to those things. But we also talk about other issues, like, for instance, we've done episodes on fusion energy as one example, biotechnology. So a lot of different ways that we look at this combination of AI and other subjects.
It's really shaping the world. It's a really fascinating podcast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. NatSec Tech. Download it.
Where can they download it from?
It's available anywhere, Spotify, Apple, anywhere you get your podcasts, as they say.
Wonderful. I can highly recommend it. Well, now I would like to thank you, Jean, and invite my panelists onto the stage. That's Marie Bjerre, the Minister for European Affairs from Denmark, and Nana Louise Lind, the Vice President of European Government Affairs from Microsoft. Please, ladies. Well, to start us off, I have to say that I think, the fact that this is an all-women panel is fantastic. I think, if you want to have democratic trust in AI, leave it to the women. That's just my personal all right, on a serious note now. Marie, to start with you, in a few weeks, Denmark is going to take over the EU presidency. And for the second half of this year, now the EU has been a leader in AI regulation. We've all seen the AI Act. How do you plan on enforcing this in a responsible way, in a practical way, whilst the US is moving in a completely different direction with no regulation?
Well, just because other countries, just because US are moving in the right direction, doesn't mean that we have to change our approach, how we do it in Europe, how we stand to our values. The way we regulate AI and digitization is important in order to stand by our values. And we have to keep on that track. But of course, the new digital technologies, the new society we're looking into with better use of AI and new technologies, it can't all be about regulation. It also have to be about using the technologies, getting the potential out of the technologies. And that is something we're looking into, not just implementing regulation, not just asking for regulation, but also trying to develop the new technologies to give give the foundation for these technologies to grow. We all know that we struggle with our competitiveness in Europe. We struggle with our productivity. We struggle with scaling up, especially when it comes to digital companies. And I think that is where we have to focus on giving better condition for companies investing in new digitized solutions, AI solutions, because we have to embrace those solutions in Europe and then do it with a recent regulation.
And it's a fine line. No, it's a good point. You know, you need to balance innovation with the regulation. And I'm really interested because there has to be incentive for people to innovate and come to Europe. And, you know, Nana Louise, with a company like Microsoft that works in both places, how do you straddle this kind of divide, you know, being relevant and being trusted in both of the continents that you operate in?
Yes, and thank you for having me. I think in times of transatlantic volatility, it's important that Microsoft is a source of digital stabilization in Europe, and also that a company like ours are a bridge builder. We are not the US government. We don't agree on everything. Microsoft is a very principled and value-based company, and we stick to our values and our principles throughout many different governments in the US. We've been in Europe for 42 years, and it's important for us that we keep trust with governments and customers. And that's why 2 weeks ago, our president was in Europe to give 5 commitments to Europe, including a digital resiliency guarantee, and I'm happy to talk more about that. But trust is very important to Microsoft. We live up trust, and you know, whoever is in the White House, it served us well to stick to our principles and values.
No, it's interesting. So Marie, you touched on this before about like trying to keep Europe innovative whilst having the regulations. How can you actually, on a practical level, do that? Do you have any incentives for companies to come here? Any plans in the works?
Absolutely, and there are a lot that can be done when we're talking about our competitiveness. We are currently speeding up our preparation for the Danish EU presidency, and one of our priorities will be our competitiveness and lack of competitiveness in Europe, especially when it comes to technology, which is a field that we have to invest more in. We want to focus on how do we regulate in Europe, because I think we all heard that we are very good at regulating in Europe, and not necessarily scaling up. And in some areas, we have to acknowledge that we have been regulated in a way that is too burdensome for companies. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't regulate. We have to have reasonable regulation, and we won't have trust in digital solutions if we do not have regulation. But we have to have it in a sound manner where it is possible to innovate. And right now, we see that a lot of companies struggle with too burdensome regulation. I am very happy to see that the Commission has proposed simplification of EU regulation. That is very important to follow that track. That is something we're going to push for during our presidency. Also, we will have the beginning of the negotiation of EU's next budget. We want to focus on investing more in these new digital technologies, solutions that we're going to live up in the future, to have better investment there, AI solutions, digital factories. I think that's a very important part of having a better competitiveness, and also to have our market function better. We want to have a capital market union, a better flow of investment cross borders in EU. That is also something that will enhance our competitiveness.
Definitely. And, you know, Nana Louise, you mentioned some of the commitments that Microsoft has been making to Europe. You know, I don't want to make this all about the US, but I do have to ask, you mentioned resiliency. This is something that, you know, you can explain to us a little bit more, but also, frankly, in the US, we're seeing all these tech CEOs cozying up to Trump. A lot of them were on his trip with him, you know, yesterday as he landed in Saudi Arabia. Microsoft was not there. At his inauguration, they were the front row, you know, it was all filled with tech CEOs. Microsoft was not there. Are you worried about blowback from the administration or potentially being left behind?
It's a fine line, but as I said again, we stick to our principles and our values. We do get concerns from our customers around, what about Microsoft's commitment to data privacy, cybersecurity? We have a big role to play in Ukraine in defending Ukraine against cyber attack. Will we continue to do that? What about if Trump or another government would pull the plug so we can't continue our services? Will you keep on investing in Europe? So those are the concerns that we decided to address with these commitments. I can mention one of the commitments, which is we will, and that's addressing the pull the plug scenario. So we'll first of all set up a European board of directors that will govern all our AI infrastructure, cloud infrastructure in Europe. It will consist of European nationals. There will be operating under national law, European law. We will, if we will have ever been asked to stop our services, we will go to court. And of course, that is a direct challenge to the government, but we've done this before. We've done this 4 or 5 times with the Obama administration, where we went to court to defend European data that we were asked to give, and we said no. We've also pulled Trump to court before, so we will do that again. And I think we will win, because we tend to win. But if we don't win, we have made a commitment to Europe that we will put our source code in a repository in Switzerland. We'll give European company the right to access that code and continue our services in Europe. So this should hopefully give a guarantee to Europe that they can count on Microsoft.
And I think it certainly helps with people's trust, because the other thing, it's not all about governments, it's not all about leaders, it's about the people here. And, Marie, to that question, people, especially workers, fear AI. They're not necessarily seeing it as a tool that's going to be great for them. It's going to take their jobs. Do you think that democracies and even the EU's economic model is prepared for the amount of disruption AI is likely going to cause?
To a large extent, yes. We have seen dramatically swift in our industry past many years. We had the Industrial Revolution, where many feared losing jobs as well. And the fact is that we were none lost jobs. We just got better jobs. And I think the same will happen with the digital revolution. You might have to do something else than you do today, but it's going to be better jobs. And I think this is what we have to be more transparent about, the digital transformation, and to show the possibilities. And I am very well aware that there are lack of digital capabilities, varies from society to society, but especially elder people, vulnerable people, do not have the same digital skills than others do. And I think there is a big task there to educate in using digital tools and also making alternatives available. Because otherwise we will have greater inequality in a society amongst those who are good at digitization, good at the digital tools and everything we can do, and those who are not.
Completely, and I think that from both of your perspectives, you're both in leadership positions where we need to be making sure that AI is something that can lift all boats and not just certain people. To that, I mean, starting with you, Marie, and then you, Nana Louise, what are you both doing respectively to ensure that that is the case, that AI is being used to lift everyone in society and not just a few?
Well, AI has great potential. I think it's actually our imagination that limits the possibilities with AI. But AI also comes with great risk. Great risk to our democracy, great risk of manipulation, that it is not used probably the right of citizens, and that is why we need sound and proper regulation in order for us to trust in these new digital solutions. And I think that is the essence of involving AI in a democracy, that we have regulation that is proper so we can trust the digital solution.
And what about you, Nana Louise? I mean, Microsoft obviously is a global company, and so what are you doing to kind of lift all boats together and improve access and AI literacy?
So first of all, I would say that I completely agree that we need guardrails, and I think with the AI Act, the DSA and so on, there's really important legislation being done. Because you are so right, people will only use technology that they trust. So we need to have some guardrails. You can discuss, whether it's too much or too little. I think the most important thing is that it's clear what we need to comply with, and it's simple. And I believe in the rule of law. I think regulators should create the law, and then the rest of us have to comply. And we're definitely a big believer of complying with regulation wherever we operate. To answer your question about inclusion and making this technology available to everyone. Actually, already 7 years ago, Microsoft put up some principles. Many of them are already now in the AI Act, but it was principles that we decided they should guide us when we develop and put this technology on the market. So this is about transparency, making sure that technology is safe and reliable, secure and private, and inclusive. Everyone should be able to use it. Also, the 1 billion people in the world who has a disability. So I think this technology should serve people, not the other way around.
And so this is a bit of a hypothetical question, but you did say there's a lot of promise that comes with AI, and it's just really our imaginations that stop it. To a certain extent, it's us, but AI is being trained to think by itself. And AI leaders like Dario Amodei has even said that a lot of AI tech company leaders don't know exactly how AI is working because it's starting to think for itself. As it gets its hands on all of our data, are you not worried about the potential risks of it getting out of hand and we won't be able to stop it?
Well, at the end of the day, you can take out the plug. I mean, we have to have good regulation of AI in order to save all these things. What data are you feeding the AI with? Because the AI is not cleverer than the data, and that is why we have this AI regulation. I am very much in favor of this AI Act, which is risk-based and ensures that if AI is used for something that is more risky, then we do have rules protecting that the data is good enough, protecting it. But I do not fear that this is going out of control. That we will see something science fiction, because at the end of the day, it needs energy to run.
And well, I mean,
I more fear that we fear too much, that we actually won't use the full potential of it, because we have this talk about, oh no, this will go out of control because no one really knows how it works. It's very, very complicated, even the ones who developed it. And this leads to fear, especially fear amongst population, how to use it and then maybe not use it. But there is so great potential, and we need to use this AI to have a better future. And we can't lag behind in Europe or in the Western world, because other places in the world will use this technology, and it has to be built on the Western European democratic values.
But to that
point, think just to have one comment to a question, I think a year or two ago, there was a lot of voice. This technology will destroy the world. Then there was the other camp. Oh, this technology will save the world. I think now we are somewhere in the middle. Now we are now let's put this technology to work and help us, improve in areas where Europe is already strong. We are so strong in many areas. I think we talk a lot about problems, and we should definitely address the problems and the concerns, and I'm completely on board on that. But Europe has so much potential. We have a sound profound good values. We have strong companies in pharmaceutical, in chemicals, in machine tools, in green energy. If we infuse those industries with AI, we can be world leader. We can continue to be world leaders in this area. So I think that's a little bit more where I see the focus now.
And for sure, and there is that promise. But again, if we talk about the practicality and the reality, if AI is only as good as the data it's trained on, is the data it's being trained on representative? Are there enough women? Is it being trained on data that is relevant to us women? Is there enough data for if AI is going to be used to replace doctors in rural areas? Are they taking into account other factors such as where people live, their diet? I mean, all of those kind of the context and the nuance. Is that there at the moment? Do we need to be widening the pool or putting regulations around the kind of data that AI is being trained on?
Well, that is exactly why we need this regulation, and that why we need it to be risk-based. If we are going to use AI for health purposes, we need to make sure that the data that the AI is fed with represent both gender, represent have all the data, so we have like an equal treatment of everyone. It could be, I don't know, language, whatever makes us different as human beings, that the data is proper. And the regulation with the AI Act is exactly risk-based. If it is used for something like this, these purposes, there has to be rules about what kind of data are you feeding the machine with? Are they good enough?
Well, so I'm looking at the clock. We've got 2 minutes. I'm going to ask a quick question to both of you. You talk about the regulation, but it's not just regulation, it's accountability, right? And I'm very interested, Marie, because you previously served as digitization minister. And so when we talk about social media, and I was talking about this earlier, using it as an example, are there lessons learned from how we did or didn't regulate and hold those companies accountable? What can we learn in order to make sure that the tech companies now, in terms of AI, will be held accountable?
I'm not sure 2 minutes is enough to elaborate on that question. And especially with my new experience as Minister of European Affairs, I'm traveling around in Europe and see what is happening to our democracies. The backlash in some of our values, the threat to our democracy, and a lot of it has to do with social media, the misinformation, the manipulation on social media so far. Well, there are many elections that has not been affected about it, but we see the effects, and we need this to be regulated. And I think we did a good job with the DSA and the AI Act, but I don't think it's good enough. We need to pursue that we have that we use digitization with our values in mind. And an important part about a democracy is that you have information that you can trust in, that is available for everyone.
So last word to you as the clock is ticking.
5 seconds.
What is one, as a company that operates in the US, that operates in the EU as well, and as a woman who uses AI as well as, in your professional capacity, what is one concrete thing you would like to see being done in this space to make AI more trustworthy in the future?
I think I talked a lot about the benefits of AI, but of course there are also risks. And the one thing that worries me the most is, deceptive use of AI in elections or online, or sexual pictures of kids and women that are AI manipulated. And I think, and that comes to your question, I think there is only so much we can. We are not a social media platform, but our technology is also used for these purposes, and that worries me, and we take that very serious, and we are developing technical solutions to address that as much as we can. But I think one thing that's important is that we make sure that we train people in how do they, discover, how can they see if it's a fake and it's not fake, what do they do if they find out, how can we address. And then I think the DSA will be a good instrument also to address some of these things. And yeah, we as a company will comply with all those laws, and we also want to have a dialogue how we can help. We trained more than 5 million people last year on this. So yeah, we are here to help wherever we can.
Well, it's certainly an interesting space, and I'm glad to have you both in it. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'd now like to invite the next panel to come out onto the stage. Tamara, I'll leave them in your capable hands.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Tamara Wittes. I'm the president of the National Democratic Institute. In Washington, D.C., we're a nonpartisan, non-governmental democracy support organization that has been working around the world for the last 42 years. I am so honored to moderate the conversation that is about to begin with three tremendous democracy activists. Let me welcome to the stage Jeffrey Ngo from Hong Kong, Leopoldo Lopez from Venezuela, and Corinne Kanimba from Rwanda. Please join me. Welcome to all of you. I am so delighted to have this time with you. We are going to try and get through a lot because the struggles facing democracy activists in each of your societies are similar in certain ways and in some ways very different. Let me start, if I may, Corinne, with you. Some of you, Jeffrey, for example, you've been a democracy activist since before you could vote, right? Working on campaigns in Hong Kong in a more open era. But Corinne, you came to this struggle from a personal family struggle, which was to get your father, Paul, out of his unjust imprisonment in Rwanda. Can you tell me a little bit about that journey from the particular to the mission that you advance today as spokesperson for the World Liberty Congress?
Yes, thank you, Tamara. First, it's an honor to be here in front of everyone. So at first, the fight was for my father's life. He was kidnapped, he was tortured, he was unjustly detained by the Rwandan dictatorship just because he dared to speak the truth, he dared to criticize the regime, its abuses on human rights, and the actions it's committing in neighboring countries and in the Great Lakes region of Africa. And that led him to his kidnapping, and torture and imprisonment. And so when we found out that he was imprisoned, our focus became about bringing him home. My family and I knocked on every possible door. We called every government, every news network, every individual that was willing to listen and to lend their voices to the fight for his freedom. And as I was speaking to governments, as I was speaking to legal institutions, as I was speaking to other activists, I realized that my story, our family story, was not unique. There are countless other families who are going through this nightmare in silence and are also trying to shout as loudly as we were. Thankfully, my father was released, but the campaign for his release and that realization turned into a mission to speak out on behalf of other political prisoners around the world, a mission to shed light on transnational repression, a mission to expose the tactics of the regimes, of these authoritarian regimes, and to build a coalition of activists, of people who are pushing back against autocratic regimes in country and in exile. And so this is how I became part of the World Liberty Congress, by meeting these other individuals who are fighting for democratic change in their countries.
Thank you so much. You know, all three of you represent the continued demand and quest for democratic freedom in some of the toughest, most repressive places in the world. And this is the hardest edge of the work that we do. One consequence of the work that you do is that all of you now have to live in exile. That's an experience that no one would choose, especially those who have committed to fight for the future of their countries. So I'm wondering if you can just tell us a bit about that experience for you. Leopoldo, you ran for office. You wanted to serve your community, and you were forced to flee. Can you tell us a little bit about that experience?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to my fellow panelists and to all of you. So after 7 years of imprisonment, I escaped Venezuela. I escaped prison, and then I escaped Venezuela. And I came into exile. I'm not the first, and I don't think I will be the last. And exile, in a way, is another form of imprisonment. If you dedicate your entire life to a cause, in my case, my country. I love my country, I breathe my country, I have a tattoo of my country in my leg, and being outside my country, it gave me a different challenge. And I think the most important thing, and I speak about this with my colleagues who are coming into exile, is to realize the first thing is that you're in exile. You're in exile. And this is a different perspective, and you need to reinvent yourself. So exile could be a way of just falling apart, of being resentful, of thinking that there is nothing else that you can do. Or it can be an opportunity to figure out ways to reinvent yourself, your movement, your approach to this struggle. Today, the world is connected in a way that allows for a lot of things to be done. And we are hundreds of thousands of exiles, political exiles around the world. And we have been looking for ways to build the bridges between those who are in exile and those who are still on the ground, leading the resistance or working in the resistance. And I think the key to all of it is to continue the fight, to continue to move forward, to have purpose, to understand that it doesn't matter where you are. You can be in your country, you can be away from your country, but there are things that can be done. And you need to understand that there are different positions and different ways to contribute. Today, after Maduro stole the election in July 28th, we had an election in Venezuela. Maduro lost through a landslide. Edmundo González won by 70% of a vote, and he stole the election. And that has led to massive repression and a large wave of people going into exile. But it also, because of the massive repression, it led to rethinking and reorganizing the way in which we support the democratic movement internally. So a lot of the operational capacities that we had inside Venezuela, we had to move them outside Venezuela, and we had to engage in different ways. But I think that the most important approach is just to know that it's a different position to fight the same fight. You lose when you lose purpose. And dictatorships want people to lose hope. They want to break the hope, because once they do that, everything else is easier for them. So being in exile, I think the first responsibility is to keep hope, to continue to move forward, to figure out ways to support the movement internally, to speak out in a way that people cannot speak out internally, and to continue. Until when? Until we have freedom. I mean, there is no alternative. There is only one path. The path is to move forward and to make sure that we win with freedom and democracy.
And Venezuelans, I think, really demonstrated the bravery of internal activists in that election, because the reason we know that Maduro lost that election by a landslide was because of brave opposition activists who went and collected the ballot total papers from enough precincts around the country and got that information out to the international community that we could all do the math. So that was an incredible collaboration between internal and external activists, right? And of course, the lesson the Maduro regime took from that was we need to double down on the repression.
And if they double down on repression, we need to double down on purpose. There's just no way around it.
There's no way around it. Thank you. So all of you, in different ways, have dealt with one of the most disturbing, growing trends in behavior by autocratic regimes, which is reaching the arm of repression across borders, transnational repression. Jeffrey, I want to come to you on this. You are here in place of Anna Kwok, whose father and brother have now been detained by the Chinese regime in retaliation for her activism. And this is a common tactic by the Chinese and by others. It is one form of transnational repression. We also have the use of technological tools, spyware, and other ways of getting at activists beyond borders, and physical threats as well. So, Jeffrey, can you talk a bit about what you think we, global democracy supporters, should be doing when we see autocratic governments taking these kinds of steps?
Yeah, I mean, I have to start by acknowledging, obviously, this time 2 weeks ago, I thought I was going to be one of the people, in the audience, and Anna was supposed to be here, and the news just came that, as you said, her brother and her father were arrested. Her brother was released on bail, and as we speak now, on this stage, her father continues to be behind bars because the bail was denied. And you're right, I mean, this is such a common tactic by the Chinese government, but I also do want to emphasize that this is a brand new level of escalation with respect to Hong Kong. Up until about 2 weeks ago, no exiled or overseas Hong Kong activist has ever had a family member arrested and actually facing prosecution. I mean, they have been interrogated and detained, but not to this level. So even as we continue to move forward, what we're seeing is that the escalation against activists in Hong Kong, in terms of that transnational repression, and that's just one aspect of it. My colleague, Carmen Lau, who, like Anna Kwok, also has a 1 million Hong Kong dollar bounty on her head. She now lives in England, and her neighbors in the area that she lives in Maidenhead, has been receiving anonymous letters with her photograph, with her address, and basically, if you see this person in your neighborhood, send her to the Chinese embassy. So this is the lived reality, of people I work with and my friends every single day. And so I think there is a serious need for democratic governments around the world to tackle transnational repression. And that begins with defining what transnational repression is. Because those of us in the advocacy space, we've been talking about transnational repression issues for a few years now. But there's actually oftentimes a lack of the legal infrastructure in terms of dealing with this. So in the US, if you have cases of transnational repression, sometimes you see individuals being prosecuted under, spying laws or infiltration or other forms of, local laws. But there's a lack of infrastructure, legal infrastructure with respect to that. There's a lack of understanding, especially among local law enforcement, in terms of how do you identify the transnational aspects. If you have two groups of people, you have a pro-Beijing group of protesters here, anti-Beijing group of protesters here, how do you know what's happening, right? So there's a need for training as well. And then coordination, which is why an occasion like this is so important for democracy-loving policymakers and individuals, activists like us, to get together, because I think sometimes these alliances, as you know very well, they need to be strengthened. And if there's more information sharing, that's always helpful. As we speak, I'll say one more thing. There are plans for the Chinese government to move to a larger site in terms of this embassy in London, in the UK. The Labour government right now is reviewing whether they'll approve it. I've been part of thousands of people who've protested against that idea, because if the Chinese build the largest embassy in Europe, in the UK, it will be a massive spying operation and intelligence gathering operation. It will threaten activists and dissidents. So we've been trying to protest against that. So there are concrete issues for sure in terms of the context, but overall the big picture is that we need to define the term and we need to work together.
So what I hear you saying is that part of defending our own democratic societies is keeping our societies safe for exiled dissidents like yourselves. I think also of Jamal Khashoggi, who was a friend of mine and probably of many people in this room, who was murdered by the Saudi government in Turkey. And that was met with impunity, which sent a signal to other governments around the world that this stuff was okay. Corinne, you were subjected to Pegasus spyware on your phone, right? Tell me a little bit about how that affected you.
Yes, so first, there is this misunderstanding in democracies. When we talk about authoritarian regimes, we talk about them as a local or regional issue. It's happening over there. But the reality is that repression goes far beyond the borders. They use economic influence, they use diplomacy, they use spyware technology, they even use international institutions to silence critics, to intimidate dissidents. And in my case, they used almost all of this, but one of the most frightening was the Pegasus spyware. So even if I was not an activist, imagine you are with your phone in your living room and you're speaking with your family, friends, and all of a sudden someone 7,000 kilometers away accesses your microphone and listens to everything you are talking about in your living room. They access your camera and watch you without you knowing. They watch everyone around you. They look at your GPS, they read and know exactly where you are located. They read your emails, they know everything you're doing. Even as a person who wouldn't be an activist, it's frightening. As an activist, it's even worse because we know that these regimes are anticipating our actions, they're anticipating our advocacy. They are destroying trust in the community, which means some people would come to my house and were like, I don't think I can talk to you. Can we leave your phone outside, or we go outside, we leave your phone inside? So the fact that even our efforts to mobilize, to advocate, to speak out was destroyed, the trust among us was destroyed because of this invasion of privacy, because of this attack, this weapon being utilized against us. So yes, the spyware technology being utilized by authoritarian regime to intimidate and silence critics is a real thing, and we need policy, we need regulations, but also we need accountability for the way that they're being utilized internationally, and ensure that to limit who and how they can access this type of technology.
Let me give you two examples. Masih Alinejad, who is an activist from Iran. She is now a US citizen. She lives in Brooklyn, New York. And 2 years ago, we were on a Zoom call. Somebody knocks her door. She decided not to go to answer. And it happened that the man at the door was a member of the Russian MAP from Azerbaijan, was knocking at her door with an AK-47, and he was detained. He was detained, and that cell was investigated, and it went to trial. That trial ended a month and a half ago, and it showed that not only the transnational repression, but it also showed the articulation, the organization, the coordination between different regimes. So this was a hit, an assassination attempt ordered by the Iranian regime that contracted the Russian mob that also subcontracted people to send her to Venezuela and then take her back to Iran. Since they were not able to do that, they sent somebody to kill her. It's all on the news. It happened. It's real. It happened in US soil. Let me give you another example. Teniente Ojeda, a Venezuelan military officer, he was in prison. I knew him. We were in prison together in Venezuela in a military prison. He left Venezuela. He went to Chile, Santiago de Chile, and he continued with his advocacy. And the Maduro regime sent a hit squad. They abducted him, and then they disappeared him. He appeared 2 weeks after that with his body completely chopped, of course, killed, and the Chilean authorities identified that the murders were sent directly by the Maduro regime. So these are two examples, very concrete, that this is real. This is happening today. These regimes are sending people using spyware, using intimidation tactics to the families of the activists inside their countries, and even sending death squads to kill people beyond their borders.
Thank you. Corinne, Leopoldo, you're both here representing your own national struggles, but also representing the World Liberty Congress, which is a relatively new addition to our community of democracy supporters, but it is very different. I represent an American organization, right? You represent an organization that is made up of activists from all around the world. Can you tell us a bit about what makes WLC different?
Mm-hmm. Yes, the World Liberty Congress is the largest alliance of pro-democracy leaders from authoritarian countries who are at the front lines, fighting for democratic change within their countries. Many of them end up being political prisoners. Many of them are journalists, or end up being in exile or in country, leading the fight every single day. And one of the reasons we came together was the understanding that if Putin and Maduro in Venezuela are working together, if Museveni of Uganda and Kagame of Rwanda are working together, then we as activists from these autocratic countries should come together and support each other in these efforts, learn from each other, and create a network to fight, to stand up together and fight back. And so this is the essence of our organization, this alliance to bring our forces together to stand up against autocratic regimes.
Solidarity in action. Leopoldo, anything you want to add?
Yes, as we said before, and Karin just mentioned, it's very clear that autocrats work together in many different ways. You can see that in their diplomatic efforts, in their military efforts, in the way they share technology, in the way they build their kleptocratic networks to steal the resources of the people. So it's very clear that this is an ongoing, very profound network of autocrats, that it's non-ideological. And this is very important. You have the communists from China, the nationalists from Russia, the theocrats from Iran, the kleptocrats from Venezuela, all working together, not along ideological lines. On the democratic side, what we saw and experienced is that there was a lack of coordination. We didn't know each other. We didn't even know or worked with our neighbors from Nicaragua or Cuba, much less from Rwanda or Hong Kong or Russia or Iran. And in the experience of being in exile, your first question, started to meet other people and started to realize that it doesn't matter if you're black, white, Muslim, Christian, if you are from Africa, Eastern Europe, or Latin America. When you talk about what it means to fight an autocratic regime, it's the same fight. It's like going to a football field. It's the same fight. It's the same struggle. So we decided to create an alliance of democracy defenders, freedom fighters, to enhance the understanding of the adversary, to enhance the possibilities of working together, to learn from each other, and to create a network, a multi-layered network of collaboration. We strongly believe that if we don't create a global movement for freedom and democracy, much in the same way that in the 1980s, 90s, the climate change movement started, and this is a multi-layered movement that has activists on one layer, organizations, governments, media, philanthropists, different layers that can connect with a common purpose: freedom, democracy, human rights. And that's the essence of the World Liberty Congress. And I would like to invite all of you to Berlin in November in the context of the fall of the wall. We're going to celebrate with the city of Berlin, Berlin Freedom Week, and we're going to have our Congress. We will have delegates that will be elected, because this is something key that we do at the World Liberty Congress. We practice democracy to fight against autocracy. So in our movement that is global, it has hundreds of members, we elected the delegates from each one of the countries. We elect our leadership council, our executive council, and it's open. It's open to anyone who wants to participate at many different levels. If you're interested, please reach out, and everybody's welcome. This is a fight that requires the engagement of everyone. Nobody that wants to fight for freedom should be left out of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we were chatting yesterday, Leopoldo, and you made the point that whether you were running for mayor or running a democracy movement in exile, you knew that you couldn't persuade people by focusing on what's wrong, on grievances, on pessimism, that you persuade people by offering them a vision of the future. Let's be honest, the reality that all of you are living with is a tough one. So I want to just, in our last couple minutes, do a quick round and ask each of you, what gives you that hope for the future? And Jeffrey, let me start with you.
Yeah, I mean, me as the historian, me would like to look back. I mean, I don't have the perfect answer for the present or the future. But I will say, since we were talking about the fall of the Berlin Wall, the book that won the Pulitzer Prize for general fiction this year is To the Success of a Hopeless Cause, Princeton University Press, and it's about Soviet dissidents. And as late as 1985, 86, it wasn't evident, it wasn't clear that the Berlin Wall was going to come down, the Soviet Union was going to collapse. But a lot of these people kept fighting. And the other example that I'll give is the story of Taiwan. Again, 86, even 87, if you had asked an observer, was China or was Taiwan the freer of the two, they would have said probably China, right? This was after Mao, this was reform opening up, this was before the Tiananmen Square massacre, while Taiwan was still under martial law. And yet, the Taiwanese student movement for democracy quickly building up, and then Taiwan held its first democratically elected democratic election in 1996. And we heard from Tsai Ing-wen, who's obviously a political hero of mine yesterday, all of us did. And so the success of Taiwan is another source of hope. And if we fight with our allies, if we reference their successes, I think that gives you hope.
Thank you. Leopoldo.
Well, for me, I think all of these references, of course, but for me, the people in Venezuela give me hope. The people in every country that are going under autocratic regimes give me hope, because it's very common for people to think that when you talk about Iran, Russia, Venezuela, Rwanda, that the people in those countries are like the dictators that are holding on to power. And the fact is that the immense majority of the people from these countries want to be free. And for me, that's the main source of hope. My friends who are now in prison, we have hundreds of people who are in prison, not just in Venezuela, but beyond. And if you're engaged in this, you need to view a promised land. If you don't have the capacity to view the promised land, there is no way you're going to be successful in this business of fighting for freedom and democracy, because that's the one thing that can give you hope, to know that things can change, to know that it can take 40 years or it can take longer, but that the promised land exists, that if you work hard enough, if you're consistent, if you have a clear purpose, you will get there. And as we were talking yesterday, I see a lot of the conversation around democracy these days being very pessimistic, and a lot of people just lamenting and being pessimistic. Yes, there's a lot of wrongdoing in the world right now. There are a lot of challenges, but if we don't project the possibility of succeeding, of being free, and projecting a world, nations that are fully free, fully respectful of human rights, fully flourishing with democracy, we won't be able to mobilize people. Mobilization of people requires hope, and dictatorships know this. That's why they want to break hope of individuals and of movements.
Thank you. Corinne.
So when my father was in prison, we had to convince a lot of people about the reality of the dictatorship in Rwanda. Many people were convinced that it was a democracy, that everything was going well in the country. And in fact, this propaganda, this very powerful Rwandan propaganda machine successfully convinced people that everything is fine, that there is no issues in the country, when in fact the people are repressed and human rights are abused systematically. But as we were advocating for his release, and I met so many people around the world who didn't know him, who didn't know me, and yet they heard the injustice he was facing. They heard the torture that he was undergoing in the prison. They heard the way that others in the same conditions as him were being treated, and they just decided to help. They came to our support. They used their voices to support these efforts for his release and the release of other political prisoners. So what gave me hope is realizing that people have the ability to care and to act and to join the fight because they see the injustice and they can use their voices too. And as I sit here, I have a little baby girl kicking inside my belly. And now, as we continue this fight and the realization that we have so many people who are continuing every single day to sacrifice their lives and to speak up for freedom, justice, and for dignity, I hope that she will grow up in a world where she doesn't have to be afraid for her life, that she can speak up, move freely, and live without the fear of violence or repression.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, role models, empathy, hope. Please join me in thanking this incredible panel. Thank you all so much. And now let me invite to the stage our good friend, Jonas Plessner.
Thank you, Tamara. Thank you. Thank you, Tamara. Delight to be here on day 2 of the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. See all of you again in the audience. And each time I get up here, I have to make a very short shout out to my great team in the foundation. There are a really super army that makes all of this happen so that we can be in here and do this. And meanwhile, my panelists have come in, so that's lovely. We're going to talk about democracy promotion under pressure. And we basically want to sort of keep up, I think, the vibe, the atmosphere from what we just heard from the World Liberty Congress. We could often otherwise subsume to doom and gloom of saying that's also the title, democracy promotion under pressure. Funding is being cut. There are fewer democracies in the world, and some of them are also backsliding. I think all of that we know. But we also want to, up here on stage, be part of that alliance, be part of that World Liberty Congress feeling of, hey, we're optimists. So as Leopoldo said, dictators want us to lose hope. So that's what we're not going to do. So let me just introduce Tamara. You've just, of course, seen Vidas, the president of the National Democratic Institute. And I'm also happy to introduce Jerzy Pojanovski, good friend here of the summit as well, executive director at the European Endowment for Democracy. And Barbara Smith, vice president at the Carter Center. So we have a great panel, but I want to start us maybe over with you, Tamara. You sit in the whole vibe of having just been with these 3 extraordinary individuals.
I'm full of hope and optimism
exactly.
now.
What is it, as somebody that leads a democracy organization and does democracy promotion, that makes you hopeful doing it?
Yeah, thank you, Jonas. And look, I think that all of us arrived here in Copenhagen with some anxiety. And I think if we are honest, we have spent a lot of time talking over the last 2 days about what's going wrong. What's going wrong is something that's been happening for a while. It has been happening in democracies, young and old, rich and poor, north and south. And we see the consequences. Here's the good news. The good news is it is something that we recognize. It's something that we have been working together to combat for years, and we have tools. To me, I've been spending a lot of time since January, since the crisis that hit democracy support in the United States, thinking about what kind of global democracy movement do we need right now? Because we're dealing not just with US policy, we're dealing with 20 years of backsliding. We have to take a hard look at what we're doing. I think the World Liberty Congress is focused on one hugely important thing that our movement needs more of, which is solidarity. We have to help each other. Another, I think, is we can learn more from each other. And we need to, as Leopoldo was saying, learn as fast as the autocrats, collaborate as much as the autocrats. And we can do that. We're building the tools right here at this summit. We need to be more agile. We need to be more efficient, including with our money. And I think we need to be more networked. To me, this summit is a really good example of what we're doing right. And I've made so many fantastic connections the last couple days. I'm taking this positive energy with me back home to tell my team the answers are out here. And if we work together, we can do this.
Thanks, Tamara. No, that's really great to hear. And I want to say the World Liberty Congress actually, a couple of years back, kind of started here in the margins of the Copenhagen Democracy Summit. And that's also why we are trying to build an alliance of democracies, saying we need to sort of gang up together. And as you underlined, the solidarity element. Jesse, turning to you, I mean, you do actually have in your background the fact that as a young man, you were, of course, also standing up against communism in your home country, Poland. And so you've basically also in your personal life seen the trajectory coming from that and then entering kind of democracy promotion in the period where we thought now it's just about a little bit of time and then we will roll democracy out to the whole world, more or less. And now, of course, we stand in a slightly different situation. But I also still want to keep you up on that, what makes you hopeful, still both of having seen these changes personally and now leading a democracy promotion organization.
Thanks, Jonas. Thank you very much for inviting. It's great to be here. I do accompany the summit for several years. Almost every edition I was here. It's great to be here. It's great people are here. Well, what brings hope and optimism? Glass is still half full, if you would be happy with that. Well, unfortunately, I see much more reasons for having less hope. But let's keep on a positive note. The previous panel showed us the energy is there. The people who are ready to fight, to die, to be in prison are there. So it is maybe not only about our pragmatic interest, but also about our feeling of solidarity and our feeling of responsibility and moral obligation that they need to be supported. And the fact that half of international support suddenly disappear is not an optimistic message to them, but it is what is important and what I bring here from my own past. We were not waiting in the 80s for financial support. We knew that we need to fight. We didn't know when the communism will end. We knew we need to fight. We were not sure how it will end, peacefully or through some sort of another uprising that Poland has faced so many in history. But we knew that we need to fight. And that part is still there. With every single person that I meet in different countries who are either fighting against authoritarian regime or trying to build fragile democracy, the energy is with them. So it is now about our moral comfort. Shall we tell them half full glass, or shall we tell them, no, you can count on us, the glass will be full?
Great. Yes, they can count on us. Barbara, and I'll turn to you with the Carter Center. I once actually had the pleasure of being at a conference, hosting a conference together with President Carter, and remember his kind of unwavering commitment to human rights and also a very humble approach to meeting other people. But tell me about, from your perspective, you're of course a little bit different than the rest of us because this is completely private philanthropy. And I imagine you're not in the same way affected by the cuts that go through the American administration at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. So it's great to be here. And it's great to be here representing the Carter Center and President Carter's mission. And I think part of that mission still today is about building hope. It's actually part of our mission statement. So this is a great question. I would say I agree with everything that my colleagues said. I think for me too, what really resonated though was just even in the face of what have been these such significant, substantial cuts that have fundamentally changed the landscape, the financial landscape, we're still seeing this incredible commitment and courage from democracy activists, from human rights defenders around the world. And that gives me so much hope. And I would say, and to add to some of the other sort of new strategies, things we need to think about in terms of innovation and solidarity, it's also sort of adapting and the way that I'm seeing the community just adapt and meet the moment that we are now facing right now. Just to end with, President Carter, one of his the quotes that a lot of people know is that, we must adjust to changing times, but adhere to unchanging principles. And it really is something about this community that is so principled and so passionate about the democratic values that we hold so dear.
No, that's very important. Actually, I'll pick up on that, on the adaptations question, and link it to the previous panel where we heard Karina talk about her experience with having her phone hacked by Pegasus, and basically, that's of course also the other big theme of this day's technology that really kind of impacts. So I would love, again, to sort of your thoughts on that when you now brought in the word we need to adapt as well, because I think that's a big part of why we also, as a Democracy Summit, as a democracy organization, that we focus so much on technology, is that we say there is still this, in my view, huge liberating potential. But of course, there are also all the dangers that we see against sort of democracy activists. So I think for all of us, that's something we need much more to bring in and say, how is liberty online protected as well?
That's a great question. So thank you for that. I mean, so one of the things that we've been talking about is that we need to do more in this space of technology. So I've been so heartened to see how that is such a focus of this conference in particular. I think we have had a playbook for the work that we have done as a community in the democracy, rights, and governance space, but is it fit for purpose at this time, especially with the accelerated nature of the changes that we're seeing with respect to surveillance in particular? That's one thing that we've talked about a lot, is how do we adapt to that? We need to be faster, more nimble, right, than the autocrats are in terms of how we're protecting ourselves and assisting others in doing so. So that's one thought I have.
Great, and I'll throw it all to Tamara, that signal. I just wanted to say that's also why we here at the Foundation have done the Democracy and Tech Entrepreneur Program. It's basically one of saying, if what the free world does best is bottom-up innovation, let's have people, and you've of course seen, they all hail from countries, Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, Moldova, that are basically in the sort of very menacing shadow of Russia, but then combining democracy and tech entrepreneurship. But Tamara, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to look at tech tools not only for how we do democracy, which, the Jigsaw case study that was shown earlier today, I think is a great example. But I think we also have to look at the way tech has changed how citizens interact with politics. Because all of us, I think, came from politics that you do face-to-face. You knock on doors, you shake hands at a town meeting, you do trainings in person. It's a very analog field, politics. But public trust now is coming from different sources. It might be that I know you personally and I think you're a good guy, Jonas. But really, I'm going to trust you if you're an elected official because everything you do, you put online. That kind of total transparency is one way of building public trust now that we didn't have before. And so things like the Open Government Partnership, using more technology to enable more transparency, I think is a way of overcoming our trust gap. I also think that we in the democracy support community need to look at how we use technology in our own work. I mean, NDI has been doing this for 42 years. We have a wonderful data set of our work around the world, but we're not using AI to generate insights from our data. We're doing it in an analog way. We could learn faster.
Jesse, do you want to jump in on this as well?
Well, yes, let's have a look what's going on, because apart from obvious statement that technology and democracy are very strongly linked, and that both democracy fighters and autocrats, they are on the same race, who faster and better uses technology. As we were having this naive belief that social media will bring more space for democracy activism, then we discover that, China, other, learning very quickly how to use it, how to play with the algorithm creation of the TikTok, and all those elements were there. So here we have to look into what kind of tools we have, what kind of engagement we have. And recent decision on closing Radio Free Europe, ending financing also to the Open Technology Fund, OTF, this is a very bad signal, because these were experts, people who are working for a good cause, who are creating a protocol for Signal, who are creating specific tools where activists using open source systems could, free of charge or with a very little charge, use a very advanced technology, because technology is also a cost. It's a business. So here we have to also understand that it is potentially the result of technological developments are much more easy to be accessed and used by those who have money, Azeri government, Chinese government, Iran, Russia, of course, because they do not hesitate to spend extra 10, 20 millions on this or that tool. Even the former Polish government used Pegasus against opposition. So, and today there's still a case about legality of the technology procurement. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to make sure that technology part of the activism is equally taken care, like many other aspects of support. It cannot be overlooked, because if we leave it to only market forces, those with bigger money, oligarchs and autocrats, will win this race.
That's a very good point. So I think that's a joint responsibility, which of course then comes maybe a little bit back to the funding issue, which I think we should address, and I'm maybe going to ask you, Tamara, to do that, because a bit like we had Anna Kwok, unfortunately, with transnational repression, who couldn't be here. I had hoped to have also Damon Wilson, the president of the National Endowment for Democracy, who was going to be here, but now he just wrote a couple of days back that he had to have a big fight in Congress, of course, about the funding for the net, which is currently in the budget, as I understand it, put at 0.
Yes.
Which, of course, would make a huge change in kind of the American and also in the global democracy. So maybe just walk us very quickly through that. What's likely to happen, and add maybe your perspective on how the global ramifications.
Yeah. So look, the United States government has been the largest global funder of humanitarian assistance, and it's also been the largest global funder of democracy support. And somewhere between $1 and $2.5 billion a year. That's a lot of money. That's not a gap that any private philanthropy or any European government can close. Even working together, it would be a challenge.
Elon Musk could do it.
Okay. You ask him. But here's what I think is important to understand. The USAID and State Department funds that were going for democracy assistance are not the only source of U.S. support for democracy. The National Endowment for Democracy was created by Congress in 1983. It was a bipartisan agreement, and it has had bipartisan support for the 40-plus years since then. NDI, our Republican counterpart, the International Republican Institute, Solidarity Center, which is the Labor Union Institute, and the Center for International Private Enterprise, which is linked to our Chamber of Commerce. The four of us were created out of that same process. So we represent a political coalition in American society, in Congress, that supports this work. So yes, the president's budget proposed $0 for the National Endowment for Democracy, but that budget is a proposal. It's Congress that appropriates the money. So Damon is involved, all of us are involved in a political battle to keep the National Endowment funded and keep all of us in this fight. It is a battle, but I think that there are both Democrats and Republicans in Congress who value this work, who understand how it's connected to our allies and partnerships around the world, a safer world for Americans, a safer world for everybody. And so I think we will win that battle. but we appreciate the solidarity and support. Let me just say one word, though, because yes, it's had a huge impact on us. I had to lay off more than 3/4 of my staff. And the other institutes have faced similar challenges. But the impact is even worse for the local civil society groups around the world who are doing this work on the ground. There are many philanthropies and many other governments that support civil society in other countries, but the United States wasn't just the biggest funder. It convened. It provided diplomatic support. It created an umbrella under which all these other efforts could work. And that's what we are losing right now. That's what we have to reckon with. And so I hope that others who fund democracy support will think about how they need to adjust to make up that gap.
Thank you, Tamara. I actually see that we are running out of time, and I know I have a very strict time manager behind here, so there's much more I wanted to talk to you about, and I'm sure there's much more the audience also wanted to hear about. Again, I want to end us on an optimistic note that this is part of at least what we do here of building that network, building that alliance, and of course, if some of you feel encouraged out there to put in your money for democracy promotion, do see, not just, of course, us, but do see when you've just seen the Leopoldo Lopez, Karina, and Jeffrey on stage. These are the real people that are out there fighting for change in their countries. They need the support. But as Jerzy also said in our panel, building from your own experience, they will do it anyway. So it's not a sort of anyway and on a sort of doom and gloom. If we don't have money, then there won't be any democracy activism anymore. No, there will still be courageous individuals out there. But of course, we want to kind of keep that ecosystem. And I think we all have to think hard about how do we make that happen if there permanently is much less support kind of from the US as the leading democracy. But that's also what we're here about at the summit, is finding new formats. Our founder, Fogh Rasmussen, talked about this D7 yesterday at Democracies 7. Could there be ways of doing it without the US? And we're, of course, happy to have the US rejoin whenever they just want to lead again on democracy. But then, of course, there are many democracies around the world, in Europe, in Japan, in Taiwan that we heard from as well, which is a really hopeful case as well.
And American civil society is still with us.
Yeah, and that exactly, Barbara, I know we had wanted to turn to you on that, but unfortunately I have to make this come to a close and just join all of me in thanking our panel, Tamara, Jerzy, Barbara. And now I hand over to a very well-known face for this conference, Jean Meserve, to introduce our next panel.
Thank you, Jonas. Ukraine has, appropriately enough, been a major topic of conversation during this conference. We want to preview for you a new film that is about Ukraine in wartime. It is called Songs of a Slow Burning Earth. Here's a look at a trailer.
Вони нас, колона оця йде перший раз, як зайшла. Забрали нас, кажуть, розказуй про солдат українських, були в селі. Ми кажемо, та ні, ми навіть з ними цей. Ти за кого?
Людина планує, думає. Він дуже переживав, що якби загинув, саме головне, щоб його тіло привезли.
На шиї трупа наявні ланцюжки, хрест, половина серця з написом «Завжди буду поруч».
очки закрили. Так, дякую. Очки відкриваємо. Може, ви можете висловити свої мрії, про що кожен з вас мріє? Прошу, Тереза.
Дуже шортний колір спіконеса.
And now let me welcome to the stage the director of Songs of Slow Burning Earth, Olha Zherba. Also with me, Natalia Popovich, who's a civic activist, international communications expert, chairperson of the Ukraine House here in Denmark, and a founder of One Philosophy. Olha, powerful, even just that 2 minutes that we looked at. What are you hoping that viewers of your film will walk away with? What's the message?
So the aim of the film is to make a viewer feel what war truly is. We live in the world when news and fast-paced media, yes, they provide information, but they also build in a distance for those who are very far from the conflict. And tragedies reduced to numbers, and human suffering becomes like abstract. And this film speaks to a viewer on an emotional level, and will help the audience to at least touch with the language of the film, the experience of how it is to live in the war, to experience the devastating realities. And the core message of the film is what price do we Ukrainians pay to hold the front line, and the front line that is moving each moment towards Europe.
Natalia, you are hosting a screening of this movie at the Ukraine House of Denmark. Tell us the details of that. And also, I think, because we've heard so much about Ukraine over the last day and a half, people may want some ideas of how they can help, what they can do.
Thank you, Jean. And my deep thanks to Anders and Jonas and the Alliance of Democracies for this extremely important gathering, especially for Ukraine. Let me offer maybe 3 practical steps in which way you can all continue to support Ukraine. First, I think we need everyone not to just support Ukraine's narrative as such, but truly to stand up for the truth and values that Ukrainian soldiers are defending at the front lines right now. This year, at the entrance of the summit, Ukraine House in Denmark, in collaboration with the Embassy of Ukraine, presented a very modest, but I think very powerful installation. It says, "Democracy stands because the Ukrainian infantry stands." It features combat-worn boots from the front, not parade boots like maybe those you've seen on the Red Square, but really battered ones marked with mud and fire. And they're silent witnesses to the sacrifice and a reminder that freedom never defends itself. Someone always does. Second, it's important to listen to the voices that know occupation. From Ukraine, the Baltics, Moldova, Finland, and Poland. We kind of saw them on the Nikos map yesterday. These are the societies that lived under Russian occupation. Give them the platforms and tools to lead Europe's defense and build the culture of the whole society resilience like we try to do in Ukraine and as Taiwan is preparing to do. And third and last, invest in Ukrainian culture. While Russia pours millions into weaponizing its soft power, from museums to ballet to cinema, over 190 Ukrainian artists, writers, and culture makers have been killed in this war. We will never know what they might have created for the world heritage, but we can uplift the voices who still speak, write, create, and rebuild. And at Ukraine House in Denmark, we bring these voices to life every day through poetry, film, exhibitions, and dialogue. And today, we warmly invite all of you to join us just across the bridge for a deeper conversation and then the film screening. So, glory to Ukraine, glory to Ukrainian infantry, and thank you so much for standing with us.
Thank you, Natalia and Olha. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And now let me welcome back to the stage our host, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, and also Gordon Rapinski, who has been doing some of the moderating honors during this conference. great to have you both here. Let me ask the same question I asked yesterday. Your big takeaway of the day and of the conference. Anders, do you want to go first?
Yeah, it's been a great conference. It has taken place at a sad backdrop of the world situation, but it's been a great conference where we focused on what I would call the hard defense of democracy yesterday. Weapons, rearmament. Today, we have focused on how technology can help strengthen our democracies, make our democracies more resilient. And what gives me a lot of hope and optimism is to listen to our DemTech fellows, the young entrepreneurs in Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, Armenia, frontline democracies, and their spirit. Similarly, it has been encouraging to listen to our democracy activists today. They have a strong spirit. And like the hard defense of democracy, it's also crucial to help the spirit, the mentality of those people who risk their freedom and their lives in the fight for freedom and democracy. So I leave this day also a bit more optimistic.
Gordon?
Yeah, I think we all experience how much we live in times of transition. Yesterday we were transitioning, if I compare to last year, from a safe partner, United States of America, to an unstable partner and a lot of insecurity. Today, I think we were seeing how much transition comes with technology and how much opportunities. But I always leave this conference with optimism because there are so many optimists on stage who are displaying their fight for democracy. So I think this is, I don't think we are where we would like to be in the most optimistic place, but it's a great moment to say we are proceeding the work and looking forward to come back here next year.
And I think I would say the thing that impacted me most today were the comments by Georgi, who was the journalist from Georgia, who was talking about the fight for press freedom there as a journalist in America, where press freedoms are coming into a question in a way we never thought they were before. His passion for telling the truth was really something that inspired me. Anders, do you have a few closing thoughts for the audience?
Yes, because that concludes the Copenhagen Democracy Summit 2025. And I would like to take the opportunity to say thank you to the very many people who make this summit possible. Thank you to our partners and sponsors who support this summit and also support our foundation's programs throughout the year. Thank you to the speakers who have joined us on stage and in the many side events across these 2 days. Thank you to the production team behind the scenes. Thank you to the teams at the Alliance of Democracies Foundation and Rasmussen Global, including the volunteers who have assisted us. We always say the team is small, but it delivers a lot. And thank you to you, our guests. We've been joined by people from over 70 countries these past 2 days. I hope you found it a productive summit. And last, but definitely not least, thank you to our many moderators, but especially to you, Gordon, from Politico, and Jean, the face of our summit, who has given up so much time and energy for our cause. We are very grateful to you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
When I set up the Alliance of Democracies Foundation back in 2017, I didn't know if it would work out. But 8 years on, and I'm proud of the work that we are doing to support freedom and democracy, including bringing together this democratic ecosystem each year. Our work is more important than ever. So to all of you and to the Alliance of Democracies team, I have a message. Tonight, we celebrate a successful Copenhagen Democracy Summit, but tomorrow we get back to work. No more blah blah. This CDS is a call to action. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. And before we leave the stage, thank you, Anders, for pulling this together and be the wonderful host you always are. Gordon, thank you for assuming some of the moderator duties. Appreciate it. But most importantly, we've talked about how more work needs to be done. We can talk about it next year. The dates are already set. May 12th and 13th of 2026, we will have the 8th Copenhagen Democracy Summit. I hope many of you will join us for that. In the meantime, freedom.